Yo, notification squad. Big thanks, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Pizza day. Pizza day, pizza day. Freshly showered. I'm still a bit hot from being in the shower, to be honest. It's a bit hard to cool down when it's like nearly 20 degrees outside. Freshly washed, freshly shaved, freshly coffeed. Table booked for dinner this evening. Mrs. Manthius found a new pizza restaurant, so flipping everything's working out today. No complaints. Let's hope nothing stupid happens in game, shall we, to ruin it? But how are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Right, let's get things up and running. I was leveling a few more tunes last night. Not very productively, to be brutally honest. I was too busy tinkering and messing around and lurking in other streams. But it was, I think I've got like 9 teams left to level. And then we'll have an 80 on every single server, which is fun. I haven't quite figured out exactly what we're going to be utilising a level 80 character on every single server for, other than being able to scout deals, maybe farm some stuff. Kill some bears, I don't know. All of the above. But right, first things first, check the auction house. Been doing reasonably well with the Mechanica pet sales the last few days. I don't know if there's been a spike in interest or something from somewhere else that I'm not aware of. But we've had a few sales in the last few days, which is nice. To the point where I'm actually running scarily low on Mechanica just to keep Draenor stocked. It's becoming more difficult to keep even Draenor stocked. That's well, that's not a pet sale, but it's a sale. Let's do a quick cancel scan then, because I'm assuming we've been undercut in places. I think it was a Crimson Mechasaur I sold yesterday for a little over 400k, I think. 400k, 500k, which was very nice. Right, but that's still one of everything listed. Three mounts. Is it 3 mounts, 6 pets? Yes. Combined value of just under 6 million. Combined value of just under 6 mil, which would be nice. But I'm down to like my last 10 Mechanicas, I think, unspent. So we need to get more. More is needed. But as we have been doing for the last few days, the alchemists need some knowledge points nice and early. Let's log Manthi in as well. Turn the tunes down just a touch. But am I right in saying that there's a bunch of places have got a day off today, right? June 6th is a public holiday for a lot of places, European-wise anyway. So am I to assume that some of you guys are chilling today? Maybe, possibly. How much do you need to make a month to keep the 5 accounts afloat and to actually make a profit? Well, it's some total of, well, I've got 6 accounts running at the moment. So whatever 6 tokens equates to, which rough maths is about 2 million gold, I think. Rough maths. What are the tokens right now? 350k? What's a token these days? Shop. 354,000. 354,000 multiplied by, well, a minimum of 5. 1.7 mil. Minimum of 1.7 million to keep the 5 accounts up and running. Anything over and above that is profit. That seems high. That seems high right now. I haven't been really paying much attention because I just don't. Honestly, there's nothing I can do to really influence the price of the token. So I, for the most part, don't worry about the value of it. I just, whenever an account says it needs game time, it's just, just do it. Sweden National Day, not here in Queensland. Australia, no holiday. It's Monday, day off in Hungary. Okay, so they're not all today. I can't quite remember why it's a day off. Only 3 Flickr orders. Oh, they're yesterday's. No. Hang on. What are we doing? I'm on autopilot and not thinking. Okay, grab all of that lot. This should be yesterday's 3 and today's 3. 6 additional knowledge points. I wonder if by the end of the week we can have these thematogists ready to go. So you need to make 2 million a month, give or take, just to fuel the accounts. Yeah. Just to keep the doors open, Manthi Arbitrage Limited needs to make 2 million a month. Right, 64. I need 75, don't I? So I'm 11 points away. We're still a few days away from finishing this, at least on this. I've got 50 points over here. We need this tree full, and then these guys are ready to start burning through materials at an absolutely rapid pace. It was interesting yesterday, looking at the materials and what's happening with them. I'm still relatively convinced there's been a ban wave. I've seen and heard far too many people complaining that they've had their accounts banned recently to think anything other than there's been a ban wave. Now, of course, whenever there is a ban wave, there is usually also people that get caught in the crossfire. And it probably also means that customer service, the very little customer service Blizzard has these days, is probably even less, or is probably even more bombarded with, people trying to get unbanned. So it makes the whole problem a little bit more difficult. But I'm still semi-convinced that there's been a ban wave. It's nuked a bunch of farming bots, and it's taken all of their stock with them. Because when your account gets banned, if it doesn't get unbanned, anything that you had on the auction house, anything that you had in your mailboxes, anything that you had in the banks, all just goes poof, disappears. Is the Thaumaturgy worth it now? Is it still rank 1 to rank 2? Worth it now is very difficult to quote because you calculate it basically on a minute by minute basis sometimes. You have to know you have to have a really good idea of what your expected results are from breaking down X amount of materials, and then it's just a maths question, which some people do in spreadsheets. I've figured out a way to do it via TSM. So I just do a shopping scan on all of the materials, and it tells me, it does all the maths behind the scenes. But it's, one day it might be, the next day it might not be. If you track the materials a little bit more carefully, you can probably start to sort of spot trends, and you can be like, well, if I buy my materials here, I have plenty of time to break them down, and then I can sell them here and make a profit. But you also then have to add add the question in is that, well, is the Thaumaturgy actually adding anything to that, or could you have just bought the materials and then just resold the materials, you know? So yeah, I make 2 to 2.5 million a month with just the one account, so I'm pretty sure you can pump that out with the 6 accounts. Well, the Mechanica operation alone, if we can maintain the sales rate that we've been seeing recently, I think I've done about 5 million this month in actual raw sales for Mechanica stuff. So obviously we can farm more or we can farm less, but like in terms of actual stuff that I've been able to sell, I think the value is about 5 mil from the Mechanica farm this month. So that's this month good, next month good, even if I do nothing next month, you know. But of course, we're also setting up other things. Now, the only problem I really have is during this entire time, I should still be chipping away at all of the concentration alts that I have. I should still be making sure that they're making me something in the background, because those alone, like I've got 20 or 30 concentration alts that could be doing something that are just not, because I'm lazy. Laziness is the killer of all profits. Actually, thinking about it, there's a few, 2, 4, 5 knowledge points of the 11 that were actually outstanding. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 11. Wow, 8 of the 11 could just be gone and got. That would technically mean a day of patron orders tomorrow, plus doing all of this, this alchemy dude would be ready. I don't think I'm quite as lucky on some of these other ones though. I think I'm a bit further behind. Oh, dude, Goldson, good morning, good morning. I always say good morning, knowing full well it's definitely not your morning, but I hope you know what I mean. I'm on Draenor, find the pet sales so slow, may need to look at some other realms. Well, I'm on Draenor too, so you're competing against me, which is maybe problem number 1. But I've had 5 or 6 pet sales this month, maybe. But I equally don't think that Draenor is the best place to be selling them, to be honest. They're stacking up and you're competing against others, and these are all things that you don't really need to be doing. The supply of these pets and mounts is so limited. I could, in theory, just pick a medium pop server and just have the monopoly on that server, I reckon. I reckon there's servers out there where I could have the one and the only of every pet and every mount on that realm. And now, whilst sales may be less frequent, there'll be more. There'll be I'll probably make more per Mechanica that way doing it. But hang on, I'm now massively out of track of what I'm doing. Auctionator shopping list. Doing too much chat-ins. But I'm clearly in a good mood today. Even before coffee. Right, is that going to be... How many knowledge points is that going to be? Have I should check, actually, that I've handed in. Yeah. These are fresh level 80s. They haven't done anything constructive yet, but... Checking I've done the alchemy quest. Yes. Morning. Good mood is good. I'm sure you said that because you saw me come in. Mwahahaha. Any sentence finished with mwahahaha is hard to take serious. Welcome in, Adressia. Good morning. 63 again. Yeah. Home stretch on these now. home stretch. When we get 75, we bang all these out. We will then break down. Oh, this is one thing I need to remember to do. We need to remember to smush this once a day. I'm going to assume we've got the harvested first-time crafts on all of these. I need to smush down some of the transmutagens to get... In fact, I could probably shuffle a bunch of transmutagens around to get all of the other recipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's 8 first-time craft bonuses there. So if I actually really wanted to, it's probably possible to finish these now. Is it worth doing it now so that it's done before the weekend when I might completely forget about doing it? Huh. You didn't teach me something new like you said you would. Oh, I've just realised why. That's because I haven't put the points in here. What if we put points in here? So now we're better at ominous materials. Then we go Smusharoonie. Gonna give us a recipe? Negative. Gonna give us a recipe? Negative. Stupid game. Okay, well, we tried. Okay, well, they're gonna be not as straightforward to acquire as I first planned. All right, fine. Well, sure. Let's just start filling them now. We know we're nearly finished. Can I do something similar over here? Oh, not that button. What transmutagens do we have over here? Do the first of the day bonus. There are 2 herb transmutations. They're the only 2 you need. I'm more thinking about unlocking them all for first-time craft bonuses to get the knowledge points really more than anything. Long term, I won't press any of the buttons really. We got some mercurial and we got some ominous. Mercurial. We'll fill mercurial and we'll fill ominous. "10 in the morning, it's already 26 degrees. Lord have mercy. That's hot. That's pretty spicy. Okay. Apparently, learning new recipes from doing this is not a guaranteed. Okay. No luck there. Did I read and understand that right? Learn ominous coalescence, which allows you to transmute ominous transmutagen using volatile and mercurial transmutagens. Yeah. You now may discover ominous transmutations by performing thaumaturgy on ominous transmutagen. Okay, so yeah, that's the node that gives you the ability to unlock and learn the other transmutations. Receive additional ominous transmutagen when performing acts of thaumaturgy. Yeah, so it's only this one that actually is needed to learn the recipes, or to be able to discover the recipes, we should say. All right, cool. Let's do dude number 3. Grab those in a minute. Beautiful. The irony is that I might not actually even end up using these thematogists all that much right now. Unless the time I will probably use these the most will be when the prices are slowly, when speculation kicks in. After the 11.2 PTR, I think it will be relatively safe to just have the thematogy mill on like 24/7 because it's all of the prices are slightly rising, and as we know with the destructive process that it is, you can ride that wave up and you can ride it up profitably the entire time. It's while it's been in steady decline, while the materials have been in steady decline in value, that it's should we say not impossible but more skillful to make thematogy work. If all gold makers are in chat, who is actually in game who's making in-game gold right now, you'd be amazed. One day, I don't know how you'd logistically be able to do this, but one day it'd be funny to like get a rough estimate of the total amount of gold in chat. Like, obviously you can never get everybody to chat in a live stream, but like if you could even get, 50% of the people in the chat at any point to put a rough estimate to their total amount of gold and then just add it all up. Like, how many billions of gold would there be just in one live stream? Could be quite interesting. Now, obviously, it's difficult because liquid gold is not the same as like account worth. I tend not to keep huge amounts of like liquid gold lying about. But I've got like 30, 40 million gold of pets just lying about, for example. So it's kind of, do you include those? Do you include unrealized gains? Does this end up being a little bit too much like the flipping Wall Street Stock Exchange? Or the Forbes Rich List? That'd be a funny series on YouTube, actually. Wow's Forbes Rich List. Be some crazy numbers if you include assets. Yeah, it'd be off the charts, wouldn't it? I think there's probably people out there with 5 times as many assets as they actually have liquid gold, because by that point you learn that liquid gold ain't doing nothing. More importantly, I think when you get past like 20, 30, 40 million gold, you start to lose track of where it all is anyway and how much of it you've got. The accounting becomes far too much like hard work. I mean, K-Chak's in chat right now, and I don't think he's counted his gold for the entire expansion, because it'd probably take him 2 days to do it. And at that point, why bother? Nobody's learning new recipes. Why is the discovery system scuffed? There we go, mercurial herbs. We learnt something. Isn't that one of the ones we actually need? Turning it into the herbs, lure drop and whatever. 4 out of 6. Okay, we can't even now get the first time craft bonus. Alright, well we learnt 1 at least. 15 knowledge points to go over here. I'm going to sneeze. Dear Lord have mercy. Some people enjoy sneezing. I don't like sneezing. Oof. It's a good clean out though, I suppose. I was about to say 2 mil, and then I see Goldson with a casual 35 mil. Don't worry, 35 mil is anything but casual. And more importantly, there's a... I've only ever been able to have this as a suspicion. It's kind of difficult to prove or deny, to be honest, but I'm strongly of the belief that the average WoW player has less than a single token's worth of gold. So if you've got any more than what is currently, 350k, you're probably in the 1% club in this game, honestly. Most people run around without, 2 pennies to rub together. More so in recent years as well, I think, because WoW is kind of built up in a way now where you have things that make you gold and things that cost you gold. And the end game activities, raiding and Mythic Plus, are things that do not make you gold. They in fact cost you a lot of gold to compete in. Which is why people who raid log and people that just log on and do a few Mythic Plus with mates are nearly always piss poor. Because they're not doing any of the things in the game that are structured to actually give you a bit of gold, People who are raid logging and people who are doing high Mythic Plus keys are not doing their weekly quests on 5 alts. You can categorically know that for a fact. There's no chance they're doing even the basics. Never mind tinkering with professions and farming and all of this business, right? They're not even doing the basic 3 quests a week that give you 10k gold. They're definitely not clearing the map of world quests that give you gold, right? Fill you. And a shockingly low amount of knowledge points left for this one. I would have expected that number to have been bigger. Oh well. Oh, maybe it's because I hadn't done these yet. Whoops. Clearly pre-coffee because I can't concentrate. I can't walk in a straight line this morning. Right, well, that's 3 more points at least. That makes it slightly more respectable. Let's do our daily breaking down of something. Just do that, whatever. Just for the first time bonus. Bunch of extra gleaming. Oh, we literally learned ominous herbs. Nice. Curiosity. Can we get the first time craft from it? We can. First time craft from that and all. Go again. Oh, ominous gloom. It's all coming together. Oh, now we don't have enough ominous transmutagen. All right, well, that'll have to wait. Any more transmutagens? Some of you? Now we ran out. All right, that's it. Okay. Well, that worked slightly in our favour. Nearly there. Okay. 10, 14, 13, 14. All right, well, they're all roughly there or thereabouts the same. Okay, You guys are... Oh, this is one thing I wanted to double check. Is the... Okay, we haven't finished that yet. What the hell is the 1,000 boat bash? Hello? Anybody know what the 1,000 boat bash is? 1,000 boat bash began at midnight. What is it? Let's go boating in the 1,000 Needles. Lasts for the weekend. What even is it? Hello? What's this boat bash business about then? Oh, flipping hell. Your ads are just unnecessary. Wowhead. Apparently not interesting enough to make Wowhead news. It's just a speedy boat, is that all it is? Old legendaries no longer scale up in the Dastardly Duos. New bug caps players at item level 1. What? Old legendaries no longer scale up from their Dastardly Duos to current content due to a hotfix, which has also caused players to attempt Dastardly Duos at item level 1. Oh dear. Blizzard's introduced a new bug. Any player that has a tabard and or a shirt equipped will instead get a maximum item level of 1 instead of 619, making Dastardly Duos functionally impossible. The solution is to unequip this gear and then rezone, which should fix the problem. Oh, God. Multi-dollar company. This is why scaling just causes literally more problems than it's worth. I swear. I swear. Over the years, scaling has caused so many issues. Exploit early, exploit often. Well, we quickly figured out, didn't we, that like with it scaling everything to 619, there were clearly going to be some absolutely broken things that you could equip. Players immediately brought out some old legendaries, including things like Shadowmourne, which have been sitting in the bank unused ever since the change to time walking. This has now been fixed and legendaries no longer scale. This is I was in a good mood today. We'll ignore that. Right, let's log these dudes out. Oh no, what I was actually trying to do, I was actually trying to figure out if these guys at like fresh level 80s can just like pick up what's this one? Disc fragments. Is this the 100 disc fragments thing? Dungeons, delves, dangerous creatures and treasures across Khazalgar. Oh, but you've actually got to go meet in there though. Further progress in the campaign to unlock the archives complete. It was roughly pointed out to me yesterday, and I didn't really, at the time, I didn't really figure out the logistics or the implications of it. But we were talking about resonance crystals and the fact that you need 1 billion of them. Okay, so I at least need to come and speak to this dude, but then I get the 100 disc fragment quest. And the pinnacle cache will give me stuff. The theory here is, can I very easily and quickly complete this on all of my max level 80s who are killing rares during the week? As a way to get resonance crystals, get a little bit of catch-up gear for them so they're not item level 2. On the first time ever accepting the quest, you need to go to the vault. Oh, okay, but so after that, on subsequent weeks, you just pick it up. Okay, well that's cool. That can absolutely be facilitated. Now these dudes are chilling here right now. These aren't particularly killing rares, but oh, do I not have the quest yet? Will speaking to you just give me the quest? No. Huh. Now we're in the wrong phase. Back it up. Back it up. Gives you 10 fragments per rare, so you only need to kill 10 rares to complete it. The box will give you 900 crystals and 450 cash, which in turn can be converted to 1350 crystals in total. Interesting. By the time we're up to 80 plus level 80s, that's 100k. That's 100k crystals in a week, which will really help with chipping away at that 500,000 deficit that I have on them. Although I did notice some of the rares don't give fragments. The Dark Fuse Precipient for some reason doesn't. It's alright, I don't kill that dude anymore. It's too much like hard work. Okay. Let's do this properly. Is that shareable? Why is it not shareable? I'm going to assume this is instanced. Oh, it's not. Okay, these two can go back about their day. There might be quite many of it. Might be quite much of this in my future, as I'm going to have a lot of freshly dinged level 80s that are going to need to grab this quest. But it'll be worth it long term. Not to mention, even if we just do, you know, shenanigans like converting all of the crystals into pets. What was it? 6,500 crystals per pet. So give or take, one team of 4 characters will get a pet per week. What are those pets selling for? The renowned pets with the Undermined factions? I can't remember their names, to be brutally honest, but there's got to be cash money in that, surely. Even if it's just converting them all to 1 pet a week. times 20. Now we're thinking outside. Well, I say we, you guys. I'm not doing much thinking at all. These are my jewel crafters. One thing though, you need to loot the rares on every character. That does get slightly more problematic. Not out of the realms of possibility with basic ones like Swigs. Just loot Swigs every day. They're standing next to Swigs. Maybe loot Swigs and Tally every day. Until the quest is done. What's the suggested content button? Oh, Shift J. What's the heroic dungeon one? Is this... What's the benefit of doing this on multiple characters? That said, I don't think I'm going to be able to easily 5-box that solo. And I'm sure as shit not doing it 50 to 100 times. Decline. Sparks of War, no thanks. Undermine Chapter 1. It's not a weekly. Free money! Yeah, boy. Can we get more free money? Ah, not anymore. Because you've done the Enchanting Shuffle recently for Acuity, how much per toon was it for max tools and all the books? How far in the trees did you get for your main professions? I'm massively overbuilt. So yeah, I'm massively I'm massively overbuilt. My enchanters end up being like nearly fully min-maxed, but it's give or take 1,800 artisans acuity to get the 3 knowledge books for your main profession and to get the 3 tools for your main profession. Sorry, 3 bits of profession gear. So shoot for at least 1,500 via Enchanting Shuffle, because you get 350 out of the starter goodie bag. So that's what? 200, 250, maybe 300 Dark Moon disenchants per, maybe, possibly. Like I said, I didn't really do it particularly to scale, and I actually overshot quite a bit when I did it. I was more focused on just doing it quickly rather than doing it cheaply, so. But it does mean all of these tunes now have almost fully built enchanters as well. Just kind of pocket enchanters. Which I also haven't done anything with. I've not done the concentration crafts on them, even though I really should have done. That one just gives resonance crystals or Kej past the first turn in. That's all I'm after. 1,000 plus crystals multiplied by 80 characters adds up real fast. Some songs should not be refurbished. What is this? Love Rudimental, but no. It's a sign you're getting old when you start remembering the originals. So have fun with that. We all get there. Right, those dudes have the quest. They're not going to achieve it particularly standing here, but at least they've done the turn in. Out of curiosity, should we just tempt fate and see if prospecting is worth anything this morning? Plumb these numbers into the sheet. I need to do some bismuth prospecting, but now is really not the time to be doing the testing because bismuth's expensive. Export results. Slap them in here. Let's not use the overrides right now. We'll redo the overrides. Let's get rid of these bait prices, because this is definitely not the case, is it? Let's be real. The likelihood of making 130% profit is not happening. Let me quickly change these bait prices, which is clearest day being a bait price on absolutely everything. Thanks, game. Love that. 7 gold, 74. 774. What's a Kyrite quality 2? 8 gold, 18. And the Kyrite Q3 is 10 gold, 17. Holy. We have Iron Claw ore quality 1. We're looking at 7 gold, 95. Q2, 7 gold, 86. And Iron Claw Q3, 10 gold on the money. Well, that does change things a little bit. It does bring single-digit profit margins into anything right now. Iron Claw quality 2 appears to be the closest to something that you might actually want to spin up and do some of today. Quick maths seems to indicate it's profitable up to 8 gold 50, assuming you have a full 26% resourcefulness whilst doing it. Without the bountiful vial, we go back down to 21%. And as you can see, that shaves a couple of percent off your profit margins. But even without the bountiful, well, I'd actually go as far as to say the gems are definitely quite expensive right now. More expensive than they have been. Glittering glass is 36. Is that really actually 36, or is that? Yeah, glittering glass is 36 right now. Just double check we're not getting baited on anything else. Pebbles doesn't make a bit of difference. Emeralds 43. 43, but are about 5 to 6 gold more expensive than they are normally. Same with onyxes, rubies, and sapphires. They're all up by about 5 to 6 gold each, which is why it's allowing for the profitability in smushing this stuff right now. But the overall story is that all jewel crafting mats are up in value right now, which means they're either going to come down in value fast over the weekend and crush any potential profits, or we are starting to see the rise of lack of farming, speculation kicking in. Crushed gemstones Q3 market is still being pretty aggressively controlled by a few individuals. 51,000 crushed gemstones there in the hands of only 3 players. 41,000 crushed gemstones in the hands of only 4 players. So there's quite some people out there with big stocks of crushed gemstones at Q3 right now. Literally millions of gold in stock. You should go into politics. It can go up or it can go down. Well, it's true. It's true. What's your approach on making professional videos pre-expansion, and how do you rate their perceived value as everybody looks for their top 5 lists or whatever? What's your approach on making professional videos? Well, historically, for the beginning of every expansion, I will make a leveling guide as for each profession. Is my approach to it. Whether you consider them professional or not, it's usually just a 10-minute summary and a bit of a demonstration of how to level things up. They're not that professional. I mean, tier lists and top 5 lists bang views, so there's no reasons why creators wouldn't do them. It's not a direct correlation, but for the most part, views equals money to these creators, myself included there. So give people the information they want, realistically. If people want to know what is the best at something, this game absolutely revolves around people chasing cookie cutter builds and chasing the meta. Give them what they want. Okay, there is a smidge of money in prospecting today if anybody is interested, but the reality seems to be mostly it's because everything is about 20% more expensive than it should be. End result mats included. I haven't gone as far as to check I haven't gone as far as to check like cut gems and stuff, but potential they're all the same. Autocorrect profession to professional. Oh, well, I mean, I also mostly do a bit of a tier list, but it's just ends up being, you know, it's structured as a tier list because that's kind of what people are after, but it ends up being basically me talking for 45 minutes, summarizing what I think is likely to happen with the professions based upon hours and hours and hours of playtesting on PTRs and betas and stuff. The reality is I, both throughout Dragonflight and also The War Within, have not taken a complete step back, but have definitely switched my focus away from YouTube more to the stream. But so the reality is I'm probably not the best person to be asking. But yeah, as has been said, people love lists. People love to know what's going on. People search up that content. People engage with that content for the single reason that they either don't have the time or the effort or the desire to go out and find out that stuff themselves. So they turn to the people that have done it already. Right, one thing I need to consider this morning is, do I want to do a quick blast killing some rares for an hour and then maybe switch it up to some more leveling? I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that still need pushing to 80, which need to be done at some point this week because Burning Crusade time walking. Which, if I'm honest, that should probably take a higher priority than just killing rares in the zones, because we can kill the rares in the zones every single day of the week, 7 days a week, 365. Leveling these toons quickly and effectively is only something I've got the next few days to be able to do. And 9 teams means I need to get at least two of the teams roughly a day. Yeah, I might need to actually focus on doing a little bit more leveling first thing this morning, just to prioritize getting these dudes to 80. That's going to mean we're going to put you down here and we're going to log the Demon Hunter on. It makes more sense to me to get the leveling done because it's a little bit time restricted. I would like to get them all to 80 before the end of the week. I mean, arguably they're making their way slowly to 80 anyway. But it's one of those that once they're there and they're done. So get you logged on. Let's pick a team. Well, let's just go for the first team that's not fully leveled, I suppose. One of you, one of you, one of you, and one of you. Did anybody see Enchanting Concentration being so good before the War Within dropped? Well, we all knew that concentration was going to be a big deal. It wasn't in so much... See, I tend to look at the professions from a bit of a theory level during, like, beta, alpha, that sort of stuff. And that's mostly because we don't have numbers for anything yet. We don't have, like, data. We don't have prices. We don't know what materials are going to particularly cost. We don't know how the economy is going to balance out. When we go from, like, season to season, from one patch to another patch, you've already got a rough indication of what the stuff is worth and what might change. But when you launch a new expansion, you don't know how much all these materials are going to balance out at. You don't know what the prices of stuff is really going to be, which means doing the maths can be almost pointless, to be honest, on a PT, on a beta for an expansion. So I look at things like from a top-down level when I look at the professions, like what are the systems that are being introduced? How are these systems going to change the way that people engage with the systems. And so we could tell very easily that concentration was going to be a big deal. It probably wasn't so easy to pinpoint that enchanting was going to be stupid money. But you could always also see that enchanting was going to do quite well, because if you understood what concentration did, being that it takes the price difference between quality 2 and quality 3 materials and gives you that as profit, when you had enchants that needed 100 materials to craft, and you had tailoring spell threads that need 5 materials to craft, 100 times a small amount is much bigger than 5 times a small amount. So we could always kind of see that it was going to do pretty well, but it also, in the beta, it also wasn't completely 100% figured out exactly how the catch-up system was working, because we didn't get patron orders and stuff until quite late. So we also didn't realise that enchanting was going to be so goddamn easy to quickly level up either. So that wasn't really totally figured out until the game had gone live, really. But it won't be all that long before we get midnight alphas and midnight betas and stuff, and you'll be able to see how it happens firsthand. That is assuming I can get into the alpha and the beta this year. Oh, why did you not log on? Oh, well, hang on. This is all going horribly wrong. You were meant to be logged out. Hang on. This team's all gone cock-ass. That wasn't the plan. Got the wrong tunes logged on all over the place. Start that again. You were meant to get logged out. All the wrong dudes in the wrong parties. Right, let's try that again, shall we? Let's get this right. I accidentally queued into a flipping random Dragonflight dungeon yesterday and was hyper annoyed with myself. So I'm making double sure we've got the time walking mode selected before we press buttons. Right, beautiful. Off to the races. Maybe a bit of a random question, but do you think you would be doing more crafting and selling of commodities if an add-on would take away the mental load of calculating what is profitable, when and at what quantities? Or is this kind of goal making just not fun for you anymore? Basically an add-on that gives you a list, like log into character A, craft 100 of these, and list them on the auction house, then repeat for the next character. Well, fundamentally Craft Sim does that anyway, doesn't it, really? Craft Sim gives you the ability, you could log on to a character, you look at Craft Sim, it determines what's profitable and what's not, and then you're on your way. For me, I don't think an add-on would make any difference whatsoever. In fact, I think add-ons, I've got to be careful how I phrase this, because I'm on good speaking terms with Craft Sim. But add-ons like Craft Sim actually go to make the markets overall slightly worse for people, because they make it easier for everybody. So making it easier for everybody means it's also simultaneously harder for everybody to make any gold. And this is one of the reasons why margins on stuff gets so quickly pushed to like single digits, because it's easier for all of the people who want to strive to do that to do well at it, and that causes significantly more competition. So there's a kiss curse to like add-ons and tools, right? Let's look at it from a slightly different perspective. Cross-realm flipping right now. Cross-realm arbitrage, buying stuff off one realm, either just flipping it back on that same realm or moving it to another realm via the war bank and selling it somewhere else. That works And that works well because without using external third-party tools, it's basically impossible. And so that basically means for those people who do know about and do use those third-party tools, they have a way of making large amounts of gold from that system. Whereas if you solely use the game and nothing external, that's basically impossible to do. Other than, you know, logging on to every character and checking the price. Like, it's fundamentally impossible to do without using the Undermine Exchange or Saddlebags or Wowhead or TSM or, you know. So add-ons make things easier, but I don't necessarily think in that exact scenario of like mass crafting that an add-on would incentivize me to do more of it. I'd be more likely to do more of it if there was less add-ons. Not more likely to do more of it if there was more add-ons. TSM, for the most part, used to basically do that, didn't it? So before we had the new profession system, up until the end of Shadowlands, really, Shadowlands was a bit of a transitional phase. I'd say up until the end of BFA, you could pretty much load up TSM with your profession, press restock, it'd tell you what to craft, it'd give you a shopping list of materials to go buy from the auction house to craft said items. You'd craft them, and then it would also simultaneously very much help you post everything on the auction house. And in 20 minutes, you were done, right? So you would be able to spend 100,000 gold, craft a bunch of shit, put it on the auction house for 150,000 gold, and step away. And you could do that in the space of about 20 minutes because TSM was an absolute powerhouse at doing all steps of the process. And it was basically like what you were saying. Log into this character, craft a bunch of shit, put it on the auction house, rinse and repeat. And you'd rinse and repeat for as many professions as you wanted to. That fundamentally only worked as well as it did, though, because we had every single server was its own micro economy. Materials were different prices. The price of crafted goods were different on every single server. On top of that, crafting was so brain dead simple. It was like, you know, 2 herbs, 1 vial equals 1 potion. The equation never changed. There was no variancy in any of that. And so, yeah, back in the day, it was much easier. It just doesn't, it's hard to compare, though, because it just doesn't work like that anymore. You think you're going to go dark at the start of the expansion to get an advantage of the unique gold opportunity at best? No. The only reason I'd consider going dark towards the beginning of an expansion is not actually when the expansion launches, but is like the week or maybe 2 before the expansion launches. And that's not because I'm trying to squirrel away and hide any secrets. It's just simply for the fact that I get more done when I'm not streaming. Especially in the run-up to an expansion and after an expansion launch, it would be very tempting to go dark for a week just to be able to make sure that in the run-up to the expansion, I can get the profession guides done, I can get the leveling guides done, any tools or spreadsheets or guides or anything that I want to get done for the launch actually all gets done. That's the only reason I would like disappear for a week, for example. But it would not be for the purpose of like trying to secretize the good stuff. If I wanted to, you know, it's an oxymoron to be a content creator around goal making and to try and squirrel away the secrets. Like, the secrets are the reason you're a content creator, not the other way around. I'm thinking more like a KCHAL Excel sort of list, but integrated into the game with the added advantage of remembering your prices of materials from when you bought them and not the live prices that can be manipulated or reset. I mean, if you want a passion project to run off and do something like that, do it. But I mean, more competition is more good as far as I'm concerned. I do kind of think that that's roughly what Craft Sim does anyway, though. Manthi ceases to exist when the stream stops. No, he's still there occasionally. Ask my wife. Depends on the method of how you want to make your gold. I don't use TSM or spreadsheets. Well, I mean, you know, crafting is only one subgenre of gold making. I am very aware that as much as I love the fact that the crafting system has way more depth to it now than it ever used to, I also simultaneously know that to rise to the top, you have to put in significantly more time and effort now. And simultaneously to rising to the top, you're also likely to see less reward for that effort than you ever were. Like I mentioned, like only an expansion or two ago, you'd spend 20 minutes crafting a bunch of stuff, you'd put it on the auction house, you'd come back the next day. You were done in 20 minutes. And that was one of the biggest advantages for me of crafting, that it wasn't the time sink. Crafting was kind of like, the limitation to you doing crafting in the first place was that you needed the profession set up and you needed the gold. That's not where the bar lies anymore. Even if you have the time, even if you have the gold already, you still need to also simultaneously sink the time into crafting. Look at how many sort of, well, I mean, it stands to reason, right? I'm currently setting up 4 prospectors, 4 thematogists on 4 different accounts so that all of the time sink aspect of those professions can be outsourced while I'm doing something more constructive that I enjoy. Single account crafting is definitely not as enjoyable as it used to be for me. But simultaneously, if it was 30% profit in everything I did, I'd be more inclined to do it. But when you stack the current crafting system we have on top of the fact that everything that you craft is then being sold on one server rather than 100 individual servers, you stack those two things on top of each other, it's a recipe for single-digit margins at best. But also with significant risk of losing a lot of gold at the same time. So what was, for me, always a nice casual way of using the gold that I'd already made to be able to make more gold via crafting, that kind of concept has moved from crafting now. Crafting is still very farmy now, with just how much AFK time is needed in either processing materials or processing intermediates, and without the 20-30% payoff that comes from that. So it's good to evolve with the game, how the game evolves. So hence why we have, you know, this expansion, a lot of focus has switched to like concentration crafting. Until you scale it to silly numbers, you're not going to make silly numbers, but it's reliable. It's relatively risk-free. The initial time and gold invested can be paid back remarkably quickly. So hence limiting the risk aspect of it. And fundamentally, the way it works pretty much determines that there will always be profit in it. If you're not making profit whilst doing concentration crafting, you've done something horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Because the whole reason concentration crafting works is because it limits the amount that people can craft, so that markets do not get overflooded. However hard people try with concentration alts, it doesn't make that much of a difference really, when there's still only X amount of quality 3 enchants that can be made at cheap on any given day. This is why concentration is not going anywhere. Blizzard have been trying to figure this shit out for years. And concentration is the first time they've kind of got it right for a long time. So if it does go away, they're an idiot. Because it's literally what allows all types of players to see value in playing with the professions. For the first time in literally 20 years. Anybody can run up a profession right now and make a little bit of gold from it. Absolutely anybody. It used to be, for the longest of time, that those that made the most gold with the professions were the ones that put in the absolute most effort. And Dragonflight was probably the epitome of that. Because we didn't have this limit to how much people could craft in Dragonflight, people could buy as many materials as they humanly wanted, they could craft as many items as they humanly wanted, and so it very quickly became an absolute min-max fiesta, and only if you crafted in huge quantities did you win, because you were able to beat RNG by crafting at scale. But that simultaneously meant that anybody that was not willing to do, if you weren't willing to live on the bleeding edge of professions in Dragonflight, you probably just shouldn't have bothered with professions in Dragonflight, because you were swimming uphill. Concentration came in and changed that, which is why it is probably not going anywhere. Yeah, it's safe to say that I like the way that concentration works. I still think there could be some tweaks to it, and I will sort of expect some tweaks in Midnight. I think the 1,000 limit is a touch low. I think the bar should extend to allow you to stack up an entire week's worth of concentration, rather than like 2.5 days or whatever it is right now. It feels kind of weird. I think the 1,000 limit could do with going up. Now, the flip side of raising the limit, or the maximum cap of concentration you can store, is that it will limit, or it will squish the difference or the profits. Simply because people will be able to more accurately make sure that they have stuff crafted and listed for sale when everybody wants it. Now, you kind of can still do that, but you have to keep on top of everything. And it more forces the daily login mentality. Now, I know it's, some people log in only twice a week to do concentration, and it would only change it to being once a week for concentration, but I still think it would be an overall nice to have. Let them sell the additional concentration ceiling for gold. Oh, God. I'm actually quite glad that Blizzard have clearly realized quite early on that concentration should be a constant between players, and it shouldn't be that some players have more of it than others. So I kind of don't, I mean, I know you were kind of half joking there, but I also kind of don't believe that they should allow you to in any way extend your concentration bar, either by any means, really. If everybody, it should be everybody or nobody. But I do think it could do with being raised. Raising it to, what would it be? You get 240 a day. There's 7 days in a week. So whatever the maths on that equates to is how much I reckon it should be. You should be able to stack up a week's worth. Or they need to rebalance the numbers of it so it comes out to a nice even number, like over a 7-day period. Or over that, maybe they need to give you like 10 per hour, and give you a stack of like, what would it be? There's 168 hours in a week, right? I don't know. Whatever the maths works out as. They could make it some nice round number, but I do think you could do it being higher. 1680, is that? Yeah, so 1680 is roughly what I think you should probably get a week. Well, that's what you get right now, for reference. You get 240 a day, or 10 per hour, or 1 every 6 minutes or something, isn't it? So yeah, maybe raise it to 2k. You'd regenerate it a little bit faster. It basically means that those that like burn their concentration on Wednesday, dump all of it in, will supply. There will be more of a supply on a reset day, for example, which would mean the prices would actually inevitably be lower. But with the luxury of it not being so, I don't know. I just feel, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I think a slightly higher cap would be good. NA is a healthier market because it's mostly evenly spread. Standard is almost the same on the auction house. EU is a clown fiesta. But in what way? In what way do they differ? The market is significantly bigger in the EU. There's way more players in EU than there is on Team NA, which does in turn have an effect. I mean, the token price pretty much sells that tale. We also know that there seems to be, for whatever reason, significantly less people willing to farm anything in Team NA. So I would go as far as to say that Team NA has less overall players and more affluent players as a percentage of the overall players. Because there seems to be way more people on Team NA that are just straight up willing to buy a token when they need gold, relative to the amount of people who farm like their life depends on it. Hence why when you're hence why market prices on a lot of farmed materials are higher in Team NA overall, unless something's being aggressively botted. This is the caveat to this conversation. When Team NA bots, it bots, right? So sometimes we've seen it before, like when skinning bots or fishing bots or herb mining bots, when they're up and running on Team NA, oh boy, do they crash prices like aggressively. It feels significant, it feels like when the bot problem is a problem for Team NA, it's a real problem. I think EU is so big and the economy is slightly different, or different enough that it often absorbs a lot of the fluctuations added by bots. I mean, the reality is Blizzard just needs to do a better job of getting rid of them faster, but we can but dream, you know? Concentration doesn't make sense in crafting. Like I can do all rank 5, all leatherworking rank 5 gear without concentration, but only one item I can make 5 per week. Adrenal Surge class. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that concentration is the problem with that. I would say that leatherworking is balanced completely differently to all of the other professions, which is odd from the word go. This was pointed out many times as early as the beta, that why was all of the numbers completely different for leatherworking than it was anything else? Why with leatherworking was it all of a sudden significantly easier to craft? Why was it significantly easier to craft all of the leatherworking intermediates when every other intermediate for every other profession needed you to be basically min-max to guarantee it Q3? It was kind of odd. The balancing on leatherworking was strange. My only thoughts to why leatherworking is the way that it is because it was guesstimated during, the alpha and the beta, that because you got to remember, the people that make the game have a good idea of why they made the game the way they made the game. So I think that the team that was in charge of the professions, for example, probably knew significantly more so than the player base, even us who are testing it, knew significantly more so the impact of thaumaturgy before it landed. They would also probably have been able to very quickly figure out that skinning was going to be the source of 2x4, because for a couple of expansions now, since, when was it added? Zerith Mortis, I think they added group skinning. They know that 2x4 skinning produces an absolute ungodly amount of materials, and they probably played into that fact going into this expansion. So they probably knew that 2x4 skinning wasn't going anywhere particularly, but it was going to produce double, triple, and quadruple the amount of materials that any other form of farming does. And so that it was probably going to be the thing that was run through the alchemy mill to produce all of the other materials. Blizzard probably had a good understanding of that when they developed the system. So they probably looked at leatherworking and said, let's also give leatherworking an easy path to making all the intermediates, because there's going to be a massive influx of the skins and the leather in the first place. Now they probably thought that might making leatherworking easier might take some of the heat off hyper farming. I don't know. It's hard to know what the thought process would have been, because Blizzard also doesn't know how the economy is going to play out, right? They can design it, they can probably simulate it, but it's nearly impossible to predict what a relatively free and open economy is going to do until you put it in the hands of a few million people, So even Blizzard probably has to do some smart guesswork with all of this. And they might have just guessed a little bit wrong with leatherworking, to be honest. As long as I kill the Void Boys, we're usually good. Usually don't have too many issues as long as we kill the Void Boys. Something stunned me still. Something's still stunning me. Not sure what that is, but I'm going to get rid of it before we move on, because random ass stuns, once you've pulled half of the dungeon, is what gets me killed. Look at the Dark Fuge rep farm, designed for 2x4s. Oh yeah, literally from the ground up, designed for people to 2x4 farm it. 2x4 farming isn't some dirty secret just within the farming community that Blizzard are unaware of. No. They play into the fact that they know people are going to do it. I mean, the items that you pick up that you gain access to via the reputation literally are designed to facilitate 2x4 farming, built from the ground up to utilize a 2x4 farm. So, you know, Blizzard have as much of an idea as anybody else about how players are going to play their game. And if they're clever about it, they can design systems around the fact that they understand players are going to do certain things. Farmers are going to farm. 2x4 farms are the most optimal way to generate the most amount of loot for the most amount of people in the shortest amount of time. It's an optimization thing, really. They know Blizzard, unless they nuke 2x4 farming, which they know would piss people off, they're right to design systems for it. But ever since skinning was made multi-tap, there's been 10 times as much leather on the market than there has anything else, because it's significantly more easier to farm en masse. I remember the 2x4 cloth farming early in the seasons, or early in the expansion even. Yeah. There was a couple of mental spots. Sometimes they tone it back when they think that they've either missed something or something's, you know... And cloth farming at the beginning of the expansion was ludicrous. I didn't do a single minute of the cloth farming, but I made about 10 million gold off the cloth farm, because I just bought all the cloth before when they nerfed it. Buying weaver cloth bolts for like 5 gold a piece was a nice little earner at the beginning of the expansion, when they nerfed the farm and they eventually started rising to 30, 40, 50 gold a piece, like they probably should have been at that point. They should have been worth like 5 times the cost of a piece of cloth, but they were worth the same as a piece of cloth, which was odd. That was fun for sure. Less farmers on the NA, but EU has bigger inflation and different economies because it's not the same. NA is also turning slowly into the EU market. Yeah, like I said, summarizing the two regions is difficult. But overall, I tend to think that there is a lot more people who play on EU, a lot more people who are also trying to make gold on the EU at the same time, as a percentage of the player base. A lot more people rely on gold making on the EU in order to be able to continue playing the game. Yes, I'm sure that, you know, most players in, you know, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, the Nordics, right? Most players in those countries are probably, you know, the economies in those countries is strong enough that $15 a month for a hobby is nothing. So people don't feel the need to farm. But there's also many places on the EU realms, geographically, where their local economies do not so well support paying the equivalent of 15 euros a month for game, and so they farm their way to play. I don't think that's the case over on Team NA as much. Now I know obviously you've got regions in Team NA that do not have the greatest economies, but I also don't think that they account for quite as large of a percentage of the player base. Russians can only play with gold, as far as I know, since that's another thing, right? This is why the Russian realms are absolutely bargain basement on most stuff right now, because outside of acquiring their game and game time from alternative means, Russians' only access to the game is via the token and via gold. So And let's not forget, there's entire servers that are purely Russian servers. There's a lot of Russians that play this game still. And it's been made significantly difficult for them to continue playing it. Exacerbated the problem. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they were always cheap. But now it's kind of ridiculous. I think Iran has the same problem, and indeed you see a lot of them doing the level boosting. Yeah, nations that don't have the strongest local economies are obviously going to be the ones that find it more difficult to pay continuously month on month to play the game. And worst case scenario for some of them, making gold in the game that can then be RMT'd out of the game is actually their day-to-day living and literally puts food on their table. Which, whilst I once, for obvious reasons, I would never say that botting is the right thing to do, but I sympathise with those people on why they do it. I still think Blizzard has strong prerogative to remove them from the game, but I understand why they do it. I don't really think I should have died there. I think I got charmed at just the wrong point. We didn't do the deeps fast enough. I didn't press me buttons fast enough. Because, at the end of the day, botting in a video game, although it is against the terms of service of the game, it's not illegal. Like, sure, like if you are consistently proven to be disruptive to a company, there's a chance that they could, they could turn around and sue you and take legal action against you. But the reality is that it's against the terms of service, but it's not illegal, which for many countries, it's a above board, legitimate way of learning in it, paying in it, like making a living. I'm pretty sure there's people in certain countries that bought gold in World of Warcraft, sell it on the black market, and pay taxes, have legitimate businesses. They're all above board in their local. That's what their business is, It's kind of crazy to think about it, but that's how the world works these days. Like I said, this is not me condoning the action, but it is at least showcasing a level of understanding and sympathy to why it happens. If you go east to west coast in America, their hourly earning rate is almost the same standard, while EU, like France's average hourly income is so much higher than Eastern Europe, and distance between those countries is even less than the east to west coast. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get things too political with this discussion, but America's minimum wage is a bit of a joke, full stop. So, but like I said, I don't want to I don't want to get too much into global politics. We can keep it within the walls of Azeroth, but against TOS, but not illegal. Only if the problem goes bigger. Then Blizzard hits with a lawsuit like Honor Buddy a few years ago with a botting program. Yeah, like I said, it's Blizzard's prerogative to protect their intellectual property. They make the rules for the game. They make the game. They provide the service that is the game. If you are found to be breaking the rules that they have set for their product, for their service, for their intellectual property, they can remove you from that. But you're not actually breaking particularly any laws by not following their rules, because their rules are not laws. Obviously, at scale, all problems become worse at scale, so... Whilst I do think that America's minimum wage is a bit of a joke, I'd love America's minimum wage. If I could get America's minimum wage while streaming, I'll be a happy man. But streaming instead of waiting tables is a much preferred path in life for me. Ah, flipping hell. I saw, this is off topic ever so slightly, but I saw a clip of Asmongold, because of course you do, because they're nearly impossible to avoid these days. With Asmongold recently going over to multi-stream on Kick. He made the same in 2 days on Kick. Now, obviously, this gets blown out of proportion and is massively exacerbated by the fact that it's his first 2 days on Kick. But he made the same money on 2 days in Kick that he made on an entire month on Twitch. Now, obviously, the context of that clip was more to say, lol, look how much money I made on Kick compared to, you know, it was a slap in the face of Twitch. Now, completely ignoring all of the nuance that it was his literally first 2 days on Kick. That you know, he is not going to maintain the same level of performance every single stream on Kick. He was making ungodly amounts on the first 2 streams because I'm quite sure disgusting amount of people would have gone over to his Kick stream and subbed to him. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why he made so much money on the first 2 days. But it was funny to see because he was also disclosing his dashboard of earnings. And it's so funny to see that Asmon basically doesn't make any money off ads relative to subs. He's entirely supporter funded at this point. Which is of no surprise because he has the spiciest of takes these days as well. I can't imagine he's not exactly what you consider ad friendly anymore. Well, not that he ever really was, but... It was kind of filthy to see that Asmon made more in 2 days than I made in an entire year. For reference, last year, I don't think I'm worried too much about disclosing this. Asmon made $36,000 in 2 days on Twitch, which is more than I earned last year. And last year was my most successful year in 4 years. It's just different levels, man. It's crazy. Trump versus Elon on the world stage right now, super exciting. This is why I don't get too much into politics. Because we were talking about flipping clown fiestas earlier. That is an absolute clown fiesta. The true definition of the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man have a messy breakup. The real question is who gets to keep the kids, because clearly neither of them wants them. Who's stunning me? Stop doing it. Click the button. Right, I need to slightly concentrate in this room because things always go horribly wrong in here. If I die in this dungeon, it's in this room. Too many damn casters. Deleted. Is that the last of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, right, cool, let's move. Do you make more from subs or ads? I'll show you in a minute. I'll finish this dungeon, I'll show you. I make very little off Twitch. Like for the most part, Twitch is fun. It's some very loyal support on Patreon that actually allows me to continue doing this long term. But that's also reflected from the fact that, you know, I'm not pushing for subs or pushing for bits, or, you know, I'm arguably not playing the Twitch game very well. OnlyFans does the best. Yeah, those feet pics absolutely slap. I'm arguably not playing the game, and that is very easily and very clearly reflected in the amount that this platform and actually streaming makes. But, you know, I've been somewhat smart in that I've slightly diversified. This isn't my only form of revenue stream, so also the reason why I don't really mind disclosing how much each one makes. Let's kill this stupid booger. So last month on Twitch, I had a week off because I was ill. $200. When we do stream, we get roughly the same amount of viewers. What's this one now? Oh, this is literally today, so that hasn't updated yet. But I usually stream about 100 hours in a month, which, you know, makes significantly less than minimum wage in any way, shape or form. But like I said, Twitch isn't really a platform that I push the revenue on. I'd rather just, you know, we have a chill chat session really more than anything else. But breakdown between like subs and how do we do it? Is it this one? So the breakdown of ads versus subs. Oh, they've changed all of this. Oh, subs is about 50% by the looks of things. Subs is roughly 50%, so it's roughly 50-50 between subs and ads. I don't know where ads are on the list. Yeah, it's roughly 50-50, with native ads being like 60%, and clearly a bunch of you have turbo. So you don't see the ads, but creators still get a kickback from turbo. Manthi millionaire confirmed. Yeah, I wish. Deathwing is jealous too. That was whose was that? Hayden Hawk, I think. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I've been around a while. So yeah, Patreon is the best. Yeah, Patreon is literally, without the Patreon, which realistically is a combination of factors. Patreon is both obviously people that just, sub for a month to get the guide and then drop out, which is entirely understandable. It's of no surprise I've structured it that way deliberately. But then simultaneously, I've always said I would much rather people sub on. If you are willing to give me $5 as a creator, say, I would much rather you give me $5 over on Patreon than you were to like sub here, for example. Just simply based upon the fact that Patreon takes about 20% max by the time you've included payment fees and all of this sort of business. Twitch is taking 50% bare minimum. So this is why you don't see lots of follower goals and streamer goals and donation bars and stuff on my stream. Is hence why I've chosen to, over the years, not really push the Twitch platform, because realistically, all I feel that I would be doing in that scenario is taking your guys' generosity and giving most of it to Twitch. Whereas if you guys are willing to be generous, I'd rather you be generous on Patreon, where I can also then, give you a nice little juicy goal making guide out the back of it as well. And you can still watch everything here on stream, So that's the route that I've chosen to take. Other people do it other ways, and it's, there's not a right or a wrong way to do it. It's just the way I choose to do it. Thank you, Kahani, for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. I need to get out of here before I die. Pull too many mobs again. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I don't really think we are that sort of streamer either. No, it naturally suits some streamers, that approach. But yeah, I think I'm talking to Kachak, by the way, for the reference of everybody else here. I tend to think that we like to feel as if we entertain people and we provide a space for people to chill out and talk about a common interest. But a heavy percentage of what we do is based upon, information. We play the game significantly more than we probably should, and get the opportunity to play the game more than a lot of people do. And so, to a degree, we're people seek us out to find out the shit that they don't have the time or the effort to learn themselves. So we sort of lean more on the informative side of stuff rather than the purely entertainment side. If you're a super entertaining person and you're willing to, dance on stream and entertain that way, it makes more sense for you to have your tip jar front and center. So like I said, this is not me sort of saying that one way is the right way, one way is the wrong way, but it's just, you know, different approaches. And then you got Jack that just tells everybody to shut up, so, you know. Right, 78. These guys are getting there. Oh, no, not leave queue. That's totally the wrong button. %. Geez, they're probably loan sharks that don't charge that much. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's any secret to most people. Twitch take 50% of everything that comes through their platform. I said this at the LFG panel. We're much more sort of educational versus then Bear's sort of more entertainment value. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bear does incredibly well at putting on like a big show for the most part. And in turn, she also does significantly better at like, you know, what would the right words here be? Like, you know, well, entertaining, quite simply. Like, she was dressed as a flipping bush on stream the other day. Like, you know, she's more than happy to make a bit of a fool out of herself, and people have a good time and laugh with her, and, you know, she puts in the effort and provides the entertainment, and much like any other form of entertainment, people are willing to supplement her ability to do that full time with a few quid here and there. Bear's not even at top speed yet. She's still ramping up. I talk to Bear a lot. I talk to them both, not only on stream. I know I know I meme quite hard in a chat in her streams, but I talk to Bear quite a lot off stream as well. And she's getting to grips with the full time thing quite nicely. Like, she's hitting the usual teething. She's hit the very obvious teething stage of like thinking that now that she's full time, she has the ability to do 4 times as much as what she used to, and feeling as if she needs to justify 40 hours of work a week, where that's we don't live in that game. You're not getting paid by the hour. You're not working for somebody to produce somebody else's profit. You're working for yourself. And that takes a bit of getting used to. There's definitely a transitional phase. I kind of did it in a weird way, because I didn't really build that much of an audience before I went full time. But I then had probably 2 years. The first 2 years of me doing this full time was basically funded out of my own back pocket. But I was lucky I was in the position to do that. But it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot. It taught me a lot of how to approach this. Of that it's entirely possible to completely burn yourself to a crisp if you're not too careful. And that sounds really weird to say when you get to sit and play video games all day. But the reality is if you do anything for 60 hours, 80 hours in a week, you get cooked. Doesn't matter what it is. 2 years talking to yourself. Well, I never streamed with nobody. I was also quite lucky that when I did choose to do content creation again, I kind of already had practice doing it before. I speak about this occasionally, and it's of no secret, but this isn't really the first time I've done content creation. So I kind of knew getting into this. This is why I felt comfortable just turning around one day and saying, right, I'm just going to do this. Because I kind of had experience of doing it before. And I went the approach of making sure that I very quickly got some level of prominence up and running on YouTube. And so then when I turned the stream on, I already had a small audience of a few thousand people on YouTube. That meant I never had to go through that weird transition that lots of people do where they're basically streaming to nobody. It's crazy to say, but I absolutely have no idea how that... I can talk forever, right? I can literally talk about stuff. I can let my brain just kind of like roll quite easily. But most of what we talk about is from, you guys provide the cues to talk about it, right? The topics of discussion mostly come from you guys, and I just then talk about it for a while. Streaming to nobody, streaming to 2 or 3 viewers and having to like pretend that there's lots of people there just so on the off chance somebody is listening in the background, I had no idea how people could do that consistently. And I don't really have any advice for those people other than you probably just shouldn't be doing it. Somebody asked me this, it might have been Chris actually in chat, somebody asked me this a week or 2 ago. They were like, what would you suggest people do if they wanted to start streaming? And I think my gut response was, don't. Not to not start streaming, but don't start on Twitch. Provide value elsewhere, build an audience elsewhere first. So then when you turn on the stream, you have people to talk to from the word go. You want to try and do absolutely everything in your power to like hop over that first, getting your first 10 to 15 viewers stage. But the long tail is that unless you are doing something very proactive, you don't grow on Twitch. You don't grow on Twitch. You grow elsewhere and you stream live so that people can come and say hi to you when you're live. Twitch is never has been and probably never will be because it doesn't really work that way. It will never really be a platform where people grow on unless you can be propelled to the front of the queue. And once you're at the front of the queue, it's easier to stay at the front of the queue because it's a kingmaker system. Because the only metric that matters on Twitch is your viewer count at any given point. And that viewer count only matters whilst you're live. You could have 10,000 viewers, you could have 10,000 simultaneous viewers on Twitch, but the second you turn your stream off, nobody cares. The very second you turn the stream off, nobody cares. Those 10,000 concurrent viewers mean absolutely zero the second you turn your stream off. Unless you are syndicating your content elsewhere and allowing it to grow you for the hours that you're not live. Which is why my gut instinct when people ask, how do I get going streaming? My gut response is, don't. Don't start with streaming. It's not the place you start. Streaming fundamentally is, like I said, it's a place for people to come and say hi when you're live. Now, obviously, raiding into different channels and doing a little sort of, doing a bit of cross promotion with other streamers and shout outs and that sort of stuff has a bit of discovery aspect to it. So that sort of stuff definitely helps, but it still doesn't really make much difference to the fact that when you're offline, you don't exist. The only thing you grow are tomatoes. Hey, I should show you my garden. We're growing more than tomatoes right now. We have got some potatoes growing. We have some rhubarb growing. We have some strawberries on the go. What else have we got in the? We got some herby stuff. I can never remember exactly which herbs we've planted, but we've done some herby things. Advice is to spend your time growing on YouTube first. Yeah, you've got to build something somewhere. Something somewhere that will attract people to you without you physically being there. Because even when you are physically there, if you're physically there and nobody else is there, then you're still also not growing or not doing anything. I consider streaming like community nurture, I guess is the best way of describing it. You can nurture an audience that you have acquired on Twitch by being live, because the interactivity of Twitch is quite unique and quite appealing, I think. Hence why we're all here now, I would guess. It's kind of cool to be able to watch somebody do something and then be able to have a conversation with them, like especially the bigger that creator is. So conceptually being live and live streaming is quite cool, but I consider it like nurturement rather than ever being something that will grow your audience even bigger, unless you're like Kai Cenat and putting on Streamer University, or or you're doing something incredibly entertaining that's kind of out of the norm. But yeah, like Guild of Gold, for example, I stumbled across your YouTube channel the other day. That's absolutely the best way to get going. It's really interesting for me. There seems to be, every expansion we have a slightly new breed of content creators in goal making. I've been here for far too long now. But it's really nice to see how different people approach it. Being creative and doing something that is entertaining on a platform like YouTube or TikTok, even with shorts or something along those lines, is a good way to grow that audience initially. That then means if you ever want to transition into doing a live stream occasionally, that audience might already know who you are and be intrigued to speak to you personally. And so hence they'll come and say hi. I say all of this while I simultaneously have posted like 5 YouTube videos all year. My issue more so than anything else is that I am stuck in, I'm stuck in like creator rut with YouTube. Being that I don't have that creative spark with YouTube right now. Which is hence why there's a significant lack of videos from me, but yeah, I've seen a few people that are like kicking ass with YouTube right now. A few people who are doing like the challenge videos. Elon is doing pretty well for himself on the YouTube side of things, I've seen. Doing some interesting concepts. I remember an Italian UX designer talking about Twitch, saying it should really make it easier to find people. He suggested kind of a TV-style algorithm method of mixing the idea of zapping and scrolling, basically. Yeah, this is why Twitch will never have discovery. Twitch will never have a decent amount of discovery because that ability to casually navigate through streams is behind a paywall. You either have Twitch Turbo and then you can browse till your heart's content. But without Twitch Turbo, you run the risk of every time you try and go find a new streamer, you might scroll to the bottom of a game or something to try and find somebody new to watch, and you'll click on it and bang, ad. And then you'll go, well, fuck this business. Right, go back. And then you'll find another one. You'll click on it, bang, another ad. That's why Twitch will have no discovery ever, and why all content creators try really hard to display just enough ads so that those pre-rolls don't exist. The only time you can browse Twitch comfortably and discover new streamers is once you have Twitch Turbo. But by the time you're incentivized to have Twitch Turbo, you've already found people that you like, and you don't really then have much of a need to go browse other places. Because the only reason you got Twitch Turbo is because you realized you were spending enough time on the platform for it to be worthwhile. And the only reason you were spending enough time on the platform for it to be worthwhile is that you'd already found the creators you enjoy. It's kind of this is why discovery will never exist on Twitch with the current monetization model, which means you have to do it somewhere else. Or you sit and you have 3 viewers for a year and don't grow in any way, shape or form, and then question why. Should we talk about the game a bit, though? I feel as if I've been on a TED Talk for an hour now. I entirely didn't mean to be, I'm sorry. I've probably bored some of you to death. If you died in the last 45 minutes, rest in peace. TV has the competition, trying to get as many views as possible to your channel. For Twitch, it's different because they kind of own all the channels. Yeah, Twitch doesn't care who you watch as long as you're watching somebody, which means if you're watching somebody with 50,000 viewers, if you're watching Kaisenat at the top of the tree, they don't care. They don't care if you go and discover new people, because as long as you're on their website, they don't care. And if you're subbing to this guy or you're subbing to that person, they couldn't care less. They still get their 50%. Which is why Twitch isn't incentivized to make it any different than what it is, because as far as they're concerned, it works. Other than the fact that Twitch is hemorrhaging money like an absolute moron, but so it clearly doesn't work that well. But it works well enough that they don't really have the ability to change it. I'd love to see you expand on the podcast idea like you did with the guy who made huge million investments. It was a long video, but interesting to listen to. Well, that was Woo. He's in chat like half the time. He's probably lurking now. I think he was lurking earlier. Interesting to listen to. You could do such podcasts with other content creators as brainstorming sessions. You could call it Money Talks, be fun to listen to. I've tinkered with the idea of like a podcasty style thing before. And I just know it doesn't work for me. Jack can attest to this, having run a podcast for a while with Zanzaful, of which he was kind enough to have me on the podcast at least a couple of times, I think. Podcasts are tricky business. You should call it the auction house. It's tricky business. I am not the best interviewer. I am a much better interviewee. Hence why because I can talk for a long time about something. But I'm at the same time not really the best person about like asking constructive questions and like getting the best out of a guest or that sort of thing. I just know my own personality in that regard, which is why I've never tried to like be the host of a podcast. It just doesn't fit my, it just does. Some people are good at some stuff and I'm not good at that. So I don't mind doing the odd occasional just like chat with somebody for a YouTube video style thing. Um, oh my god, I'm nearly dead. Oh, I am dead. Shit, that's right at the end of the dungeon as well. Don't do a podcast alone. Well, yeah, I think well, doing a podcast alone is twice as hard because if you then don't have a guest every episode, it's at no point actually a podcast, is it? It's just you chatting by yourself again. Which, as I mentioned earlier, without social cues like a Twitch chat to go by, I mean, I can talk to myself for a little bit about certain things. That's pretty much fundamentally, that's what my YouTube channel had been for however long. Me talking for 10 minutes about a discussion. But yeah, having a second person to like bounce off, also removing the pressure of needing to find a guest for every time. Lazy does that, but it sounds a little bit more like a news report. Well, even that, I mean, there's no denying we are kind of sort of lacking something like that in the goal making community. A lot of people bounced off or enjoyed, should we say, the weekly economy report on Wowhead, which originally, I think it was Gumdrops originally that had the responsibility of that one. It got passed off to Samadan, but even Samadan now doesn't do it anymore. I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I cannot confirm this, but I don't think it was a situation that Samadan said he didn't want to do it. I think it was probably more of a case of Wowhead said they didn't want to pay for it. So, but either way, without that, there isn't really too much of like a what's happening in WoW's auction house kind of something or other. It's not bad, and he has some good stuff, but he should do it with somebody. Gumdrops had his own input with the weekly stuff. Sadly, Samadan's was copy paste. Well, unfortunately, I mean, there's 50-50. The reality was that Samadan wasn't really also playing the game. Like to do a weekly report on something requires you to be pretty heavily invested in that thing. And so, yeah, he did kind of end up quite aggressively relying on what's at the top of the red subreddit this week and just copy paste that. That's not necessarily his own fault as such, but it's far more difficult to have input and opinion on something when you may not necessarily really be playing the game yourself. One of the biggest issues we see with, bigger add-ons not being as responsive as we would like them to be is probably based upon the fact that they're not necessarily playing the game that much. Right, 79, 78, 78, 78. Two or three more dungeons and this team is done. Shoddy chain braces for 16,000 gold. It's a grey item. Is it a material that goes into making a bauble worm pet or something? It was also heavily reliant on the Reddit, which, to be honest, has gone downhill in the last 3 or 4 years in terms of quality of output. Yeah, the WoW economy subreddit also doesn't really work in the same way that it was originally designed for. The reality is I think most of the traffic from the subreddit has moved into Discords. That area for like casual conversation about stuff isn't really held in a thread on the subreddit anymore. And I'm somewhat of the opinion that the WoW economy subreddit would do well, or would do better, if some of the restrictions in the subreddit were lifted. I think it could do better to be a little bit more light-hearted in there. It's very serious in the WoW economy subreddit. And, you know, not being allowed to post images or like memes or GIFs or anything along those lines has made it very serious in there. Most of the jokey, jovial sort of like comments and stuff now have moved on to either the WoW economy Discord themselves or other creator Discords or Hangouts rather than the subreddit. The WoW economy subreddit for me just feels like a bit of a 50-50 advertisement for TSM these days. But that's only because, you know, the auto posts are TSM focused. And without too much other conversation going on in there, you often look at it. You'll look at it some days and 3 of the top 5 posts will be an auto moderator post. And that you know, that that only looks silly because there's not too much else going on. But equally, you know, it's the same scenario again. Like, I'm not overly sure. Gumdrops lurks here from time to time. He's even maintained his sub over the years, so I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna say anything overly negative. But I equally think it's fair to say Gumdrops, who is the admin, by the way, for the WoW economy subreddit, probably doesn't play World of Warcraft all that much. So whilst his, you know, active as moderator in the background isn't really striving to push it forward, you know. And it's just a bit, it seems like just a bit of a funnel into the TSM Discord anyway. But I don't really know how you'd fix Reddit. I don't know how you'd fix the subreddit to make it more active or more interesting. I think you could make it a little bit more light-hearted by letting people post images and stuff. The flip side of that is it starts to need more moderation, because you'll always have silly people doing silly things, and more silly things will happen the lesser the restrictions are on what people can post in there. But equally, at the same time, no real solid advice is ever really imparted in the WoW economy subreddit. It used to be one of the rules in the WoW economy subreddit for the longest of time used to be like 0 self-promotion. And that rule made sense because for a long time, when the subreddit was at its like peak, when people used it a lot, there was huge amounts of people that would basically use it for nothing other than just directly linking to their latest YouTube video. They would use it as a, you know, okay, there's traffic over here. I'm just going to post my YouTube video there and hope it drags some traction to my YouTube video. And so the no self-promotion rule came into effect. But that's also another thing now that has kind of caused no content creator to really feel there's much necessity to share stuff over there. Like, you can count on one hand the amount of like well-constructed, organized posts that land on the subreddit in any given month now. So I don't know. like I said, I'm not necessarily saying I or anybody else could really do a better job. It's just kind of weird how things have rotated. Reddit has become less important. Discords have become more important. Do you think it's a good strategy to stockpile mats for player housing? No. It's very risky. But with every incredibly high risk, there's the chance of an incredibly high payout. But that still doesn't mean I think it's a good strategy. It's a strategy. It's a risky strategy. If you have 20 million gold lying around that you're not doing anything with, sure, take a risk. But if you've got 500,000 gold across your entire account, I wouldn't be touching any of the old expansion stuff, hoping and praying that for some reason it triples in value, because it probably, like, you'll lose out with that as much as you'll gain, I think, in most cases, unless you're doing it at a ridiculous scale, which most people won't be able to do. What is stunning me? Something in here is causing stuns all of a sudden. Have I got like no gear at the moment again or something? I don't know. I usually can coast all the way through this dungeon, pulling everything and just killing the end boss, but something gone horribly wrong this time. You can't publish your good ideas on the WoW economy with a regional auction house. Well, this is also partly true, yeah. It is more difficult to share because previously, when every single server had its own little micro economy, you weren't hemorrhaging your own success by telling other people stuff, because the likelihood of them also playing on your exact same server was a lot skinnier than it is now. If I turn around and say, this material is cheap right now, one of you lot within 3 seconds will have gone and bought it all. That means one person wins out of that, which is kind of fundamentally why a lot of like that sort of stuff isn't really shared now. People do it, people keep it to themselves. It also does mean that the quality of the advice over on the WoW economy subreddit is pretty generic and pretty poor these days, because nobody is willing to share something particularly that has worked well for them, because the likelihood is if they do share, there's a very strong likelihood that that thing won't work tomorrow. So why would they bother? Curious if woodcutting or lumberjacking would become a profession for player housing. I think it would be a good idea. Garrisons introduced the like wood chopping tech many years ago. They could easily copy paste that code and work upon it and turn it into a profession if they wanted to. The question is do they want to? Do they feel they need to? Not sure. Discords work better for that. People can choose to poke into the content channels or not. Yeah, Discord also has the... While you can scroll back through Discords, most people don't, which means people are a little bit more willing to share a little bit more openly on Discords, because you can be in a conversation with somebody in a Discord, and by the next day, that discussion is so heavily buried below everything else that goes on. It's kind of, people feel more content in, well, I can say this now, but it won't be there tomorrow sort of thing, even though it technically is. But whereas it's kind of the opposite on Reddit. If you post something of any real significant value on Reddit, and then it goes and gets a bunch of upvotes because it's actually good quality, informative, valuable information, and then it's going to sit at the top of the subreddit for the next week, and it's going to absolutely 100% completely nuke that market into the ground. Because anybody that goes through that subreddit for the next 7 days is going to be presented with exactly the same idea. And it only takes, a percentage of people to act on said good advice, and the market's nuked. Markets only exist predominantly because there's a gap, there's a lack of something. Once that lack of something is filled, the market's no good anymore. Which is kind of why I think that something like the subreddit should have a bit of a switch of focus into a more sort of humor, If it ends up being just flipping memeville, it would be better than, people posting their success story, success images or whatever. Big sales that they've had, or, that sort of stuff. A more of a place for sharing success stories, or even sharing failure stories, or memes or stuff like that. Whereas it's very serious now, which doesn't really work as well in today's age. Oh, one of these dudes stuns, doesn't he? I should have saved my eye beam. Oh no, I've been charmed again. This is bad news. Charmed and horrified. Are we toast here? We might be toast here. Okay, we survived somehow. Woof! That was closer than it needed to be. Oh, I'm starting to get red gear. I need to repair my gear. I need to repair gear, empty bags. Can I get these dudes to 80? No, we still need maybe 2 more dungeons after this. We'll have to do a quick repair. No upside downs. There we go, you're dead. Where did this dude come from? Die already. Nice. Swift White Hawk Strider? Oh, I already know this one. Oh, no, that's not the right character. Die already. There we go. I know that's why you're super careful with recommendation with builds, investments, etc. going into a new expansion, especially because once everybody does it, it's dead on arrival. I have had to find the balance more so in recent years, yeah. What I see most on Reddit is people advertising for the WoW token, basically, which is fair for many people, but it kind of makes it a land of doom posting about the economy. I mean, you're right, but it is also the fact that the game has very carefully been pushed in that direction. Like, there was a point also in the subreddit where that as a response would have got your message deleted and you banned from the Discord, right? Because the concept was that this is a place for people to discuss how to make the goal in game, and not for every single thread to devolve into a just buy a token bro situation. Yeah. Though the reality is that the game is structured in such a way now that for many people, the right answer is buy a token. Like, if you're playing this game as a hobby and you live in a country and you earn enough money that you have some disposable income, telling that person to spend 20 hours of their spare time farming herbs and ore to get a month of game time is the wrong answer. The right answer is use $20 of your disposable income to buy a token and be done with it. And, you know, it's some scenarios is that is the right answer, which is by design in the game now. There used to be plenty enough ways in the game for you to, with a few hours effort, get towards a token's worth of gold. But now that it's sort of revolved into excluding hype seasons like expansion launches or like week 3 of an expansion or of a patch, excluding those hype sections, you're probably looking at doing 10 to 20 hours of some meaningless task in game to get a single month of game time out of it, which is just a waste, quite literally a waste of time for some people. Really wish there was some multiplayer collaborative goal making gameplay to be made that isn't farming. It's a bit sad that because of the nature of the auction house, when you share knowledge, you're less effective in goal making. Yeah, it's difficult. Blizzard have tried to do things like that before. Dare I say it, raid, bind on, pick up materials. We all remember Battle for Azeroth, don't we? Raid BOE mats was a way for players to collaboratively work together to do something and to also be able to make gold out of it. But the reality then was that you weren't necessarily making gold out of it per se. It was baked into being part of the power gain for that patch, because the crafted item would then end up being bind on pickup as well. But yeah, that's a tough one to crack. Because the only way you could have something like that maintain profitability for players is if it straight up gives you raw gold. You'd have to have there'd have to be a gameplay loop that would just be lucrative to play, and it would just give you raw gold at the end of it, so that people could do 5-man content, 10-man content, and get a bunch of gold at the end of it. But I think one of the reasons they don't do that is because it would be massively, you get garrison level inflation then when you do sort of stuff like that. If you pump profitability on a normalized level for everybody, you also have to have something that sucks that out the other side. You then need, and then then it's basically the same scenario again, where you've got some avenues of content costing you lots, making you feel as if you have to do this other avenue of content to make enough to pay for over here, which then it hasn't really changed anything, so it's weird. Firelands farm with a potion of treasure finding and skinning and enchanting is a nice farm. If you can, my advice for anybody that has ever wanted to do any form of farming is find something that ticks more than one box. If the only box you're trying to tick is gold number go up, you're going to get really bored of that thing really fast. If you can find something that ticks more than a couple of boxes, so maybe have that gold go up box ticked, but also transmog collection goes up is also ticked. And, explore area of the world, gain achievements that I am missing. If any of these other boxes can be ticked, and you can make the gold go up box basically be a byproduct of doing something else that you'd like to do anyway. By that point, it's not farming. You're not grinding for gold at that point. You're just playing the game and you're getting enjoyment from it. And, oh, isn't it nice that I made a bunch of gold whilst doing it? They're often not the optimal ways to make gold, though. The optimal way, the optimum way is usually the most grindy. I was talking to the wife recently why I do mostly goal making in WoW and not the quote unquote normal content. Goal making is the only type of gameplay that isn't really gated and the progress doesn't get artificially reset every 2 years. True. Yeah. I find that a blessing and a curse, honestly. A blessing in terms of the fact that I can always be working towards something and never does a day go past where I don't feel as if there's anything I could be doing in WoW. But at the same time, the curse aspect of that is that I never feel as if I'm never content. I never feel as if I've finished. You never get to the point where you feel like you're done. Which that's kind of the kiss curse. When you raid and you raid log, when you've killed the bosses and you've progressed through them and you're geared to the teeth, you can easily say that you're done. Now, you can choose to do that again on an alt, or you can then choose to run that raid on farm to gear up other people. But for all intensive purposes, for that season, you are done. You never get that feeling of just being done with goal making. So it's 6 of one half dozen of another. Actually, before I blast this last dungeon, or last couple of dungeons, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and go grab a drink. Bear with me for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in a couple. Alrighty. Right, we're about 1 or 2 dungeons away from getting these guys all capped to 80, which is nice. I have negative gear on me, though, so let me quickly empty bags and repair. With the Firelands farm, you get boxes that drop raw gold, primal airs, skin from the turtles for the savage leather, and disenchant the greens. You get stomachs that drop even more primals. If you're on a rogue, you also get the strong boxes. Yeah, I mean, it ticks many boxes in that regard, but it's still, all of that surmises to make more gold. I would still really only recommend people do that if, let's say, they're missing some of the Mog or there's some cool mounts in Firelands, for example. I would go and do that farm as a way to drive towards getting those mounts, getting that transmog. But once you've got the mounts and once you've got the transmog, and you find yourself just repeatedly running it for the purpose of goal making, maybe that's the time to then go do something else somewhere else, so that it doesn't get too monotonous. The concept of fun first is a big way that I sort of structure my advice these days. The very second something stops being fun, stop doing it. This is a video game. For the most part, this is a hobby for nearly all of you. When your hobby stops being fun, there's not really much reason to be doing it. Right, this dude's going to ding 80 in a few seconds anyway. This dude has ended up... These 3 fellas have for some reason ended up being half a level behind. So we might need this and maybe 1 more dungeon if we're to calculate correctly. Oh, I thought that was going to ding him 80, you know. That first room, you get all of the experience for it because it's close enough to the dudes at the beginning. 'Twas not quite enough. But ATT? Well, as I mentioned a minute ago, like, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You can be working towards your unnecessary goal of making your ATT number go bigger, but you can do that simultaneously whilst also, you know, making some gold. For example, the absolute best way to wombo combo this is to just pick an expansion and pick a dungeon and go farm that dungeon, completing your ATT collection from that dungeon, and live by the theory that all transmog, you learn the first and you sell the second. You do that for a while, not only will you end up with a significantly higher all the things score than you started with, but you'll also end up with a bunch of spare transmog to sell that will supplement your income. It doesn't necessarily have to be transmog particularly. It could be like you could go hunting, increasing your pet collection or your mount collection. Do something personal for you and let the byproduct of making some gold be the advantage and the, you know, an extra bonus of doing it. Because if you are actually really serious about completing your ATT collections, there will come a point where you'll want as much gold as you can get your hands on. Because there'll be some things that you'll just, you know, you'll have to bend a knee and you'll have to admit defeat. And if you really want to finish that last thing, you'd be better off buying it off the auction house than farming it up yourself. Because nobody's going to sit at 99% willingly when their 100% is on the auction house for gold. The lesson I learned, fortunately, back in TBC was playing entirely too much in Vanilla and Burning Crusade and had a moment of what the hell am I doing here? Just turned the game off for a while. Yep. That can definitely happen. Right. Ooh. Yeah, one more dungeon. One more dungeon and it'll all be 80. Sold a bunch of Sunwell recipes, a very good farm. Actually need to go back and restock. Thanks for mentioning it. My main character, my main leatherworker, still needs, I think, 3 recipes. 3 bind-on pickup leatherworking patterns from the Sunwell. So I always have a reason to go back there until I've got those. But I very rarely do. But it is wild just how lucrative that single raid has been over the years. I think because the Burning Crusade had a huge amount of just world drop stuff that wasn't target farmable in any way, shape, or form. And so you had to go by the theory of just, you gotta put in a shift. You just gotta put in the hours killing mobs to play the RNG game to get those things. Or alternatively, buy them off the auction house, which is today why those recipes and patterns are still valuable. They're valuable, not necessarily because they allow you to craft something particularly fantastic or epic, but collectors are absolutely bored to the teeth of just grinding for them themselves. Convenience tax. Waiting for the day those recipes become warbound, like the transmogs. Yeah, the fact the recipes are still bind on pickup is means you have to be farming it on your crafter as well, which is often suboptimal, because I'm sure people would like to just farm them all on their speed druid and be done with it. Not trundling along on that Blood Death Knight that goes slow as a fully loaded train, you know? They don't make content like this anymore. I wish world drops would come back in future expansions. I kind of... It never really made it that far into the game, but the classic style of loot, still to this day, I think is the best loot system. Classic had so many just random little bits and pieces that were on the drop tables of mobs. Most mobs in the game right now have nothing on their drop tables. They are fundamentally pointless to be killing, as they contain nothing. Whereas, like, back in Classic, all little random ass bits and pieces would drop. And even if half of it was just vendor trash, the point was, is it felt like you killed a mob and you got something. It was the RPG. WoW doesn't have... I mean, I've said for years WoW isn't really an RPG anymore. But, like, that RPG element of kill, mob, loot, something. It didn't matter if that something was really worth anything. Now everything is super structured. Like, these mobs drop this, you know, this meat. These mobs drop that meat. There's no, like, random-ass potions, particularly. There's, like, no little trinkety stuff that drops. Everything is very, very predetermined what drops from it. And in turn, not having any of those big valuable world drop stuff so much. They've even fixed the problem of that they didn't, you know, back in the day, the big world drop stuff was then expensive. And we had many expansions where the meta was, what are the BOEs that we can farm and sell for hundreds of thousands of gold at the beginning of this expansion because they're super duper mega powerful and they're world drops and everybody wants them and nobody wants to farm for them. But that was problematic, sure, but they fixed that with the cosmetic tag, right? You can have really cool items as like world drops, but they can just be cosmetic. Then again, you'll have flipping Corthia shoulders on the cards again, won't you? But I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I kind of feel like they could do with making more stuff like that. Right, did everybody ding 80? Everybody dinged 80, lovely. Another team is done. Another team has the privilege of needing no more experience. Everything drops, maybe meat. Yeah. Those bot recipes become warbound. I'm Gucci because I've had many drop on the wrong characters and I just have a habit of not vending them until they drop on the right character. Yeah, assuming they retroactively make them all warbound. But there's also just as much of a chance of that they won't and they'll make you refarm them up again. I don't raid. I don't like the time stress like Mythic. I'm missing a world PvE gear track that could introduce the RPG aspect again. Arguably that's what Delves is though, isn't it, really? Arguably that's Delves. Delves gives you the ability to feel like you're playing endgame without really playing endgame. You can go run a delve or two at your leisure. It's still very formulaic, but you do 8 delves at tier 8 or higher. You get 3 options in your vault. You get the luxury of the same systems that raid loggers get without raid logging, you know. Imagine if we could have companions on the world PvE and we could get gear that buffed the companion. The companion would have no impact on the in raids in Mythic. Well, yeah, they've tinkered with that sort of stuff before. Zereth Mortis gave us that Poco Pock dude, didn't it? I can't remember his actual name. I just called him Cocoa Pops. Right, next team. You are level 73. You're starting at 73. You're starting at 74. You're starting at 74. And you're starting at 74. So one of them was slacking for some reason somehow. Oh, you are as good as level 74 though. Okay, nice. Let's get these guys. Time walking dungeon. Let me take this opportunity to clear my bags a bit. Wouldn't matter with a companion. The outdoor would just be adjusted for a target time to kill. If you can do something too fast, Blizzard fixes it. Well, that's true. The the engagement algorithm must be kept happy. Yet it would at least be, I don't know, it would be more gameplay. Doesn't necessarily have to provide a benefit if it provides more fun. Blizzard will, yes, get their engagement, like, irrespective, though. No, you are not meant to be stunning me. I was trying to LOS you around the corner deliberately. There we go. I still try and do this so I don't aggro all these slimes, and I mess it up every time. I mean, I can see where you're coming from with sort of like an outer world companion or something, and I tend to think that Blizzard have had a little bit of an issue with this for quite a while, and is probably why Classic did so well for them, is that the game is very formulaic these days. Everything is carefully calculated for how long it's going to take you to do it, the suggested path and route that players should be looking to, and players cause this problem themselves as well, by the way, because we as players optimize the shit out of everything at our own expense a lot of the time. Players are their own worst nightmare when it comes to optimizing the fun out of the game, but the fact that Blizzard lean into that is also a bit of a problem. Everything is very carefully designed to last X amount of time, or to take X amount of effort, or whatever. You must do this first and then you can go do that, or everything's very, very calculated, which takes, all of that takes away from the RPG aspect of a game. Some of the most successful and best role-playing games are the ones that give you the most freedom and flexibility to do what you're looking to do, or what you want to do. You, like, as long as the game guides you to achieve the same end result, that's fine. But the more hands-off they are with how you go about getting there, that's what creates the sense of journey. Whereas like, a lot of the time gating that's used, a lot of the reward structures that are used, a lot of the like, you must look at Mythic Plus, for example. It couldn't be more formulaic if you tried, right? You know, and they're constantly tweaking and tuning the formula to make it feel a little bit different one season to another. But fundamentally, you must do this key to get this level gear, and all of the spreadsheets come out that, like, oh, okay, well, you need to do this content, this is the optimal key to do to get the most amount of crests or the most amount of gear, or to fill your vault in the most effective way. It's really, really formulaic. everything has been mathed and calculated, and it's as much players' fault as it is Blizzard's. But it's why the game doesn't really feel like an RPG in any way, shape, or form anymore. Because you don't make a character and go on a journey really anymore. You create a character and you follow a predetermined train track until you reach victory. You might kind of slightly wiggle, but you're pretty much, you're designed to go this way. What's this short? Is this got copyright music in it, Jack? Is this gonna flip and get another one of my streams? You kick it 100 times, you get a toy. Yeah, we've done that one. Yeah. We spotted that on the achievement list. 100 times. Yeah. Every time you click the apple, there's a 1% chance for it to drop the toy at the end of the run. If you click the apple 100 times, it guarantees it at the end. I think I clicked the apple like 50, 60 times and got the toy at the end. By the way, question for crafters: at what point do you not press the button anymore? For me, it's 500 gold. Most players still give 1,000 to 3,000 on their own, though. I mean that's that's like asking the question, how much do you want to get paid at work? Everybody's answer is going to be different, and it doesn't really matter. If the gold you make by doing the thing is, that's a very personal question. That's where the phrase "comparison is the thief of joy" comes from. Because if you're happy making 500 gold, don't worry about it. If you want to make 1,000 gold and you're not happy, or if you're not happy making less than 10,000 gold, then don't accept orders under 10,000 gold. It doesn't matter what other people are doing. The fundamentals of that is it kind of means you have to be doing work orders in the first place, which I don't do anyway. So my number is so high, the game does not facilitate me even entering the arena. But that shouldn't stop you taking 500 gold if you're happy with it. These guys flipping stunning me all the time is problematic. That's better. Now we can kill this room relatively stress-free. These guys? Don't get me started on the crest system. Yeah. I've been quite vocal about how I think the crest system is a touch unnecessary. It's smoothed out a little bit now, but having both Valor Stones and crests has always felt weirdly pointless to me. If you're going to have one currency that is designed to be the bottleneck currency, why do you need a second currency to also be a bottleneck currency? Why do you need one bottleneck to be swapped out for another bottleneck? It seems odd. I must admit, the crest system of allowing you to upgrade your lower ranked crests once you have achieved a minimum item level does make the later gearing feel less gross. But like Kahani said earlier, it's clearly very balanced now around you converting all your crests up. So it's not like it's really an advantage to convert all your crests up after a while. It's just the train track you have to be on when it comes to gearing. You know, your need for crests gets exponentially higher towards the end of the gearing, where you need only gilded crests and you need flipping hundreds of them. Not to mention they've flipping moved the bar halfway through a season for the first time. Like, it was a weird choice. Just as I was getting to the point where I thought that, like, I'm about possibly going to get enough gilded crests to level up my gear by doing the delves, they're like, ha, no, bitch. The finish line's over here now. Has actually basically meant that I've stopped doing delves entirely, because I'm like, right, well, you've moved the goalposts and I can't be bothered to go and reach them anymore. In a way, I hope there's more players like me. Yeah, I've altered the deal. The deal is changed. I'm out. Yeah, I hope there's more players like me that are willing to put make a bit of a stand on some of these systems that they're clearly trying, right? This entire patch's time gating, I really hope is just a bit of a trial for Blizzard, and I hope they go back to the drawing board and are like, we cannot time gate this content this aggressively because people are hemorrhaging our content. But that's what it's going to take, is it's going to take people not complaining on a forum that they don't like the time gating. It's going to take people actively not doing the content. The only thing Blizzard learns from is failure. And so you have to make the content fail on their terms. And their terms is that not enough people did the content. And you know they track the shit out of this, by the way. You know categorically that they are tracking the absolute living... The data analysis that I reckon Blizzard does on this stuff is on another level. They know exactly how many people are doing visions. They know exactly how many runs are happening. They know exactly how many people are farming mementos. They know exactly what the engagement rate is on deadly duos. Or dastardly duos, sorry. They know all of this, and they've given the game away by doing things like, do you remember all the stats they dished out for Plunderstorm? How many abilities had been used, how many deaths occurred in Plunderstorm, all of this sort of stuff. That was them showing their hand that they track everything that happens in this game. And they track it in incredible levels of detail. And so the easy way to show Blizzard that when they slap week-on-week time gating in what should be just a fun little side hustle activity to boost their engagement, when their engagement doesn't get boosted because the participation numbers within that content drops off a cliff week by week, hopefully that will be their lesson learned, that putting that level of aggressive time gating in content doesn't boost engagement. It actually nukes the content before it even gets going. But that only happens if people, you know, don't do it. Sorry for being negative, but I'm struggling to find a reason to play when all of the activities tend to lead into the raid and mythic. And that's why I spend my time crafting. I don't do any Mythic Plus or any raiding. Haven't for years. Mythic Plus fundamentally is just not my jam. I've never really liked the concept of the game mode. So it doesn't really matter what rewards they put in front of me. It's not going to really incentivize me to do it all that much. Delves are still currently in that sort of honeymoon phase, relatively novel. Meaning I don't really object to doing delves all too much right now, but I have long said that I worry about the replayability of delves as a system. That it's cool because it's new in the War Within, and it's cool because they're still iterating on it. What happens when delves, you know, what happens when they find the formula to keep people doing delves through the entire season, which they're clearly working on. 1117 is going to bring that new belt, isn't it, with the overcharged delves. Adding affixes into delves, I think, is a real dangerous play. I think one of the reasons why people enjoy delves is because there isn't affixes and timers. I think that was pretty clear in the initial feedback when they introduced delves to us, and probably why a lot of us are more willing to do delves on the solo, because there isn't that constantly. I don't know. But everything leading, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that everything leads to the raid. I'm old school with my opinion on this. I tend to think that everything should lead to the raid. It should be the pinnacle of all aspects of the game. And that is the design of this game. And I still think Blizzard should stick to that because it's the core concept of this game. It always has been. That the activities you do solo by yourself during the week are meant to sort of... The climax of that is meant to be when a team of friends come together to put the efforts that they've put in solo or in small groups together, when they all come together to kill the big boss. That's the RPG, that's the journey. I've always thought raiding should offer that. I do think they should proactively promote people into eventually getting into raiding. So I don't really think that's a problem, which is kind of partly why I am and have never really been the biggest fan of Mythic Plus, because I think Mythic Plus provides a League of Legends style. You can just do this 24 hours a day, be busy over here, and it pulls players from what I think should be the natural RPG path of the game, which is you level up, you spend some time in the end game zones, doing some questing, gaining rep with some factions, and then once you've gained some rep with those factions and you've got a bit of gear, you can step into some 5-man content and go kill some mini bosses in a mini dungeon. And then once you've got some gear from those dungeons, you can then level up and you can join up with another couple of teams of 5 people, and you can go into the raid and you can kill the big boss, and the big boss should have the best gear. And it should all be stepping stones towards that sort of crescendo of the game. And then Mythic Plus came up and was like, oh yeah, by the way, you can just do none of that and just grind keys all day. And Mythic Plus was fundamentally introduced because there was the common complaint that people wanted to play the game more, but they didn't want to just run the same low-level dungeons more. So Blizzard were like, well, to facilitate you doing more, we'll let you just rerun those dungeons at an ever-increasing difficulty. And I'm of the opinion that Mythic Plus has just, over the years, spiraled a little bit out of control. To the point where, you know, it provides a very reliable alternative to what I think the game was kind of meant to be. But I'm biased because I don't particularly like Mythic Plus in the first place. So yeah, whatever. PvP is, PvP is very carefully and very deliberately always been different. They've always tried to sideline PvP as just a different thing. The problem I have with Mythic Plus is it kind of gets its claws into the same progression path as raiding. And there's always been this kind of push-pull from the endgame player base. Some of them just want to do Mythic Plus and gear up to the max. Some of them just want to raid and gear up to the max. Some of them don't mind doing a bit of both. Some of them hate doing one and not the other, and it's messy. And they had this problem with PvP for the first 10 years of the game, where a lot of the time, if you wanted to be hyper competitive and push raiding, you had to do the PvP because the PvP was another path of gearing to you. It's only in recent years where they've been able to like fully split PvP from PvE. Not everything has to be an esport. Let delves be chill. Delves are they're work in progress still, clearly, aren't they? Very work in progress still. But I think they're kind of getting the right idea with delves. Season 2 has definitely made delves more interesting for the solo player. It's provided the solo player a path to higher gear, which in its own right I think is fine, other than the fact I do still also, to not be too hypocritical, do kind of think that it causes problems other places, that solo players are now able to, lolosaurus their way through delves each week and then get borderline high heroic raid gear, and then go step into a plus 10 key and just get absolutely nuked. There's still things that need to be smoothed out with that. If they want to make delves a totally solo adventure, they need to make delves a totally solo adventure. I'd actually almost go as far as to say delve and open world gear maybe should only be as powerful as it is in delves and in the open world, so that you still have a progression path to obtain within the raid, for example. But I don't know what that looks like logistically at the end of the day. It's difficult when there's all these different options trying to appease a wide variety of different people. Because when you're trying to please everybody, you can never fail but to piss off somebody. Because pleasing everybody is not possible. Blizzard's too chicken to give every gear path the PvP treatment. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, isn't it? Because at the same time, they want you to be able to feel like you can run a few delves solo. If you log on in the evening, right, they look at it from a sort of a bird's eye view. They probably look at it and say, right, well, if somebody logs on after work or after school or college or whatever in the evening to play some WoW, their guild members, their mates aren't online yet. Well, they can go run some delves. They can work towards their vault for the week, and then all my mates have logged on. Well, now now I'm reasonably geared to go in to do some dungeons or the raid or whatever. If they completely close off each avenue of endgame activity, then something like Mythic Plus gives you very little ability to progress it when you don't have a team. We all know that the pug world of Mythic Plus can be incredibly toxic. Blizzard clearly knows that. And so I imagine there's a lot of people that use delves as a way to gear up to a reasonable level. They can do that by themselves whenever they want. And then when their mates come online or their guildies come online, they can run off and they can do their +10s or whatever they want to do. And it's a way for players to side skirt maybe the initial... Because if you play the game a lot and your guildies and friends play the game less than you, if Mythic Plus was completely cordoned off from everything else, if the only way to progress in Mythic Plus was to do Mythic Plus, then everybody's might have to grind those early keys and go through low elo hell in order to get... I don't know. I just think it brings about additional problems. I just think Mythic Plus makes a lot of the game very messy these days. I mean, it's certainly a living nightmare for everybody trying to figure out every season what the progression is. Like, where do they get their crests from? How many crests do they get? What item level gear does this give? At what point do the affixes kick in? Can we do this on a timer? How do we get this key? Oh no, we've depleted that key. Oh, that dungeon shit. There's just so much to it that it's like... I don't know. It just feels messy. I'm not a game dev, am I? I just enjoy playing games. PvP should have been its different thing, but early in the expansion, with the amount of PvP was gated behind BIS PvE gear, was disgusting. Cataclysm being the biggest offender. Yeah, it was a problem for many years at the beginning that PvP was stepping on PvE's toes and vice versa. And predominantly, they are very separate types of content, you know? It's one thing to plan a strategy against a pre-programmed NPC than it is to try and figure out, you know, how do you nuke down... You're waiting for somebody in arena to blow their cooldown so that you can then dumpster them, and like, you know, it's a different level of skill. It's a different game mode completely. So separating PvP and PvE was very important to do. It just took them ages to do it. But the difficulty with like Mythic Plus is PvE, and so is Raid, and so the crossovers are clearly always there. And it creates new problems, even if you try and separate them. It's all messy. We need WoW 2. It's all a big stinky mess. Hey, fuck it. We'll just all go do player housing. We'll just go live in our houses. Garrisons 2.0. Let's go. Let's all just go build a nice house and forget about it. Build a house and be friends. weirdly for me, the biggest excitement around player housing is not that player housing is turning up. It's what I think it could do for the game over the next 5 years. Because it's of no surprise to me that Blizzard have chosen to do player housing now. Because the gaming industry has proven very strongly over the last few years that when you give players agency to be creative, they will run with it. Absolutely run with it. Games such as Roblox, for example, is the absolute prime example of this. Roblox is looking to be, for all of the horror stories you hear coming out of it, mind, but Roblox is positioning itself to do the same thing that World of Warcraft has done. To take and onboard people at a relatively young age. So Roblox is clearly designed initially for like pre-teen, for kids, right? Literally designed for kids. Let's not forget, in the early days of World of Warcraft, most people looked at WoW and like it's for kids. It's like, it's cartoony, it's like goofy, it's like it was predominantly initially designed for kids. But what World of Warcraft did is it's taken those players over 20 years, and now we're all sat here now, right? You've got players that have played the game the entire time, people who are generationally old with the game, and games like Roblox seem to be positioning themselves to do something very similar, and it's aggressively driven by user creative content. Modding in games has been huge over the years, and it's the one thing that World of Warcraft never really has had, but player housing adds it to the repertoire and is probably going to be a key component of what drives WoW forward in the next 5 years. This is why when all the talks about like sharing blueprints and designs and stuff like that, it might not happen at launch with player housing, but it absolutely fundamentally needs to exist. Because that's the big key important thing about player housing, is it allows the player base to spend an infinite amount of time designing and sharing their own designs for stuff in a way that is borderline unlimited. Limited only within the bounds that Blizzard places, you know? Blizzard has clearly seen that, because that's what transmog's done, right? Let's not forget, WoW didn't have a transmog system when it came out. You had to wear the item of gear to see the appearance of that piece of gear. Was it Cataclysm that transmog was implemented? At least we got started getting the wardrobe, or the, what was it? The, the void storage thingy. People have been able to be expressive and creative with transmog for the longest of time. But transmog realistically is developed into something that only you particularly care about. Other people don't particularly care about your transmog all that much. Because there's so much of it now. But player housing will flip that. People will be allowed to be as creative as they like in creating their own player house. But there's an awful lot of interest from everybody else, at least in the early stages, of what players are going to be able to create. And let's go see what other people are doing with there. How are other people being creative? That sort of player-driven creativeness in a game, I think, is going to be hugely important for WoW in the next 10 years. And it'll all stem from player housing, I think. So that's kind of why I'm more excited about player housing. I know I'm not the creative person. I know my player house, my player house is going to look remarkably memey and remarkably silly, and I think a lot of people's will. But there'll be people out there that will be good at player housing that will explode in popularity because they're good at designing shit. And if Blizzard can, facilitate a way for people to share designs or to share like decor packs or something, or to even straight up design houses or rooms in full for people. Oh, limitless potential. Not to mention it'll attract a crowd that hasn't necessarily, it'll attract a different crowd to the people that care so passionately about Raid or Mythic Plus or anything like that. It'll attract a completely different, totally separate crowd that won't be bothered too much about balance and tuning and all of this sort of stuff. But as long as they've got the Sims in WoW to play with, they'll be a sub forever. How many characters can you have on one realm? As many as you like. As many as you like. There's a 65 character limit per account though. So technically 65 on one account, but you can have many accounts. I think there's he lurks here occasionally. I won't name drop him in case he doesn't want to be name dropped, but there's a guy that's got like over 500 ATs, and I think they're all on Draenor. So I think there isn't really an upper limit other than the character limit. For me, housing is purely cosmetic with zero perks. I don't really see myself going back to the house if the content I engage with is in a different zone. Just adds in more loading screens for the RP effect. But seeing the hype around player housing, I'm probably in the minority. I know that there's a lot of players that really won't care for player housing. As I mentioned, I'm not super creative. And I equally don't think I'll extract that much enjoyment from tinkering and making a house look my own. But I'm the old school WoW player. This is going to really heavily attract the more new school WoW player, I think. Which is kind of the exciting thing about it for me. That I think more so than it being really cool for the people that have played this game for 20 years, I think it's going to be really cool to see just how many more players and a different variety of players it will actually also bring to the game. Animal Crossing 2 with its island codes and stuff. Yeah, literally any game that has embraced user-created content that is shareable has absolutely smashed it in recent years. If Blizzard makes housing good, it'll be as big of a deal as raiding and Mything Plus, as it'll attract that new layer. Definitely, definitely. New blood is good either way. New bunch of suckers to buy my over-expensive auctions. Yes. Some fresh blood to the auction house. If it doesn't have access to a bank or guild bank profession tables, it has no use to me. Well, this is it. Some people will look at player housing from the utility standpoint, and if it doesn't offer utility, they won't be interested in it. But that's fine. I can also pre-warn you, there is a very, very, very low chance that it'll contain any of that. because Blizzard have done that before and they've learned their lesson with doing that. That was called the Garrisons. And Blizzard doesn't want Garrisons 2.0, and I don't think a lot of the current players want Garrisons 2.0. And so I think the utility, and they've also pretty much said this in as many words, that they are not going to have the same level of utility in the player housing. But if you're not the creative type and it's not your jam, then fine. Like this is the concept. It's not going to be something you absolutely must think is the best thing since sliced bread. Some people will love it. Some people won't. Some people will be indifferent, and some people will think it's a waste of dev time and they should have made another raid. But I think generally, the best thing for any video game, especially an online MMORPG, is if more people are playing it. There's almost no long-term downsides to more people playing a game. And that's what I think housing has the ability to do. Bring an outlandish number of people to the game that haven't been here before. $76, $77, we're getting there. It's the Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunter's level 70. He's twinked out in 70 gear. Doom has new maps coming out all the time. Moddable games live forever. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many game dev. There's only so much time in the day that game devs can develop their own game. Any game that has opened the doors broadly to allow their player base to tinker and modify and tweak and be creative in it has just absolutely exploded. I mean, the epitome of that is look at Minecraft. Minecraft gave people a dumb level basic sandbox to just do whatever they wanted to do. There was a bit of a story in Minecraft. Yeah, you could technically play through it, but it created $1 billion industry, and it was just a sandbox for people to be creative in. Now, obviously, that can't necessarily be replicated, but it's player housing scratches that same creative need for some people. And for those who aren't creative, if they can download or install or copy paste somebody else's creativity, everybody's a winner. Yeah, and Microsoft know that for sure. Yeah. Yeah, after buying Mojang however long ago it was. Yeah, nobody knows that better than Microsoft. No, that's not a good place or a time to be stunned. That's enough people dead. Let's move on. Housing is another chapter in my ATT that will bring my completion percentage down. You and your ATT. Oh my god. I don't know how you have time for all the things and satisfactory. I don't have time for either most of the time. And I do this as a job. Did I not pull the lever again? Idiot. Okay, is that everybody? No, one more. Can't count. Multi-boxing allowed again by Blizzard. It was never not allowed. Very common misconception. I only play them each a few hours. And like last night, I didn't play Satisfactory, raided. Then I crashed, so I needed some sleep. Everything in moderation is definitely worth. They banned me and I didn't ever broadcast. I did full profession crafting and they banned me for multi-boxing. I don't think you got banned for multi-boxing. You might have got banned for many a thing, but it wouldn't have been multi-boxing. Because multi-boxing is not a bannable offence. Use of third-party software, potentially. Market economy in extreme scenarios, potentially. Suspicious activity is enough for them to ban you. It wouldn't have been multi-boxing that got you banned. It would have been something you did whilst multi-boxing. The two cannot be collated. They did ban multi-boxing in the sense that you can't use one button for 5 different casters casting at the same time. Yeah, that's not banning multi-boxing though, is it? That's banning the use of software to broadcast keystrokes across multiple accounts. Regardless, I'm probably one of the safest people when it comes to my account because my main account is 20 years old. There is absolutely nothing I would do that puts it even remotely at risk. I stay very well within the lines. It's the same theory when people come in and like, oh, you make a bunch of gold, you must RMT. No, how fucking foolish do you think I'd be? The reason I make a bunch of gold is because I'm not stupid enough to do things like RMT. And equally, the reason you have a lot of it, like, it's the poorest people that do end up doing the RMT because they've RMT'd all their gold. You ain't never seen anybody that's RMTing gold sitting on hundreds of millions of gold. They cash it out as fast as they can before their account gets banned, and then they rinse and repeat. It's just a weird argument. Best way to have a lot of gold is not spend it on silly things. That's the biggest problem, honestly. There are way too many squirrels to spend stuff on in this game. Heck, you open ATT once and you feel, you know, just installing ATT comes with a tax. Oh, I really hate mana tombs. Out of all of the dungeons in this rotation, it's probably the one that frustrates me most. Having to kill these void boys every time because they do silences and stuns and all sorts of stuff. It's a real pain. Right, there you go, you're all dead. Is this the way? No, that's going backwards. Too many spins. Lose my bearings on a Demon Hunter half the time, you know. Bouncing in 12 different directions all the time. You'll not make any real money from gold selling as a solo guy now. You're not aware there's like billionaires in WoW. I'm pretty sure you know who K-Chak is. And I'm pretty sure if you were to do the maths on what 1 billion gold is worth on the quote-unquote black market, it's an outrageous amount. Make a pala run through the whole dungeon, go around a corner, sit in your consecration, and kill them all. Yeah, the only other class I've been quite interested in making like a 70 twin cat is a paladin. I know boomkins are pretty good at this sort of stuff, but that's just because they delete everything on the screen with their AoE. But it's yeah, paladin has been, the paladin has looked intriguing to me. But for now, the Demon Hunter does his job more than adequately, so. Ran Mana Tome so many times I can do it with my eyes closed. Yeah, a lot of people farm it, don't they? It's quite a popular dungeon for farming. Black Market Auction House is the reason I started making gold in the first place. Well, there's an absolutely outrageous sink of gold. Those flipping containers, man. They're just a meme, those things. WoW's undisclosed loot boxes. And the fact that they don't, like, Black Market Auction House containers are worse than regular loot boxes, you know. Because the odds of winning aren't even disclosed with those Black Market containers. It's a legal requirement for loot boxes to somewhere disclose what your odds of winning something is. Not Black Market Auction House containers. I don't know how Blizzard have skirted that legality for so long. I'm pretty sure there's not even really a very comprehensive list of what comes out of black market auction house containers. Never mind percentage drop chance of different rarities of items. Serious, quite literally a grey area there. Because it's carefully hidden in the corner of the game out of sight, it seems to have gone a little bit unnoticed, but it's still the closest form of gambling in this game. I know I made over 2 bill gold, but I'm saying the situation now, if you're going into gold making, to make RMT from it is so low based upon the time invested, I mean. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same scenario that if you... And nobody doing RMT by herbing and mining on a single account, for example. Your more generic, run-of-the-mill, solo-esque activities are not going to generate you most people can't even make that token of gold per month, never mind make enough to make it worthwhile selling. It's because you always win something. It's typically, though, a 10-year-old mog that you already own. Yeah, or a recipe, a bind-on pickup recipe for a profession you don't have. Too many damage numbers. I can't see the health bars of the mobs. Don't know when everybody's dead. I'm going to assume everybody's dead now. There we go. People don't last through many eye beams. Right, I've got to take a bathroom break quickly. Let's get these dudes in the next dungeon. If I'm smart about this, I'll take a quick break for 1.5 minutes, no longer. But I'll use the opportunity to throw some ads up whilst we do it. I'll be back in 2. Okay, was that less than 2 minutes? Hopefully. Got Paladin 2, it's good for like 1 to 70 type farms. Still worse than the Druid though. And is slower than a Demon Hunter in the dungeons, but for sure it can be fun if you care less about being absolutely efficient. Well, if I was being absolutely efficient right now, I'd be using all of the skips in these dungeons, which you can quite comfortably get each one of these dungeons down to like sub 1 minute per run. But I'm overly cautious that some of the skips that allow you to achieve that are a little bit dodgy. Dodgy enough that I don't think it'd be overly smart, A, even doing it, B, never mind streaming it. Not that I really think the Blizzard overlords particularly would care about that sort of stuff, but when you start clocking in multiple minute runs in a dungeon out of nowhere, I wouldn't be overly surprised if it sets off a flag somewhere. That's a level of efficiency that could be integrated, which I'm actively choosing not to. But that's just, personal preference. I'm not even using flipping bonefish at the moment either to even run faster. I'm not using the XP tokens on these dudes. There's loads of stuff I should be doing to optimize this, but I'm not. There's something weirdly lethargic about zug-zugging these dungeons. It's scratching an itch for me that hasn't been scratched for years. And I'm quite genuinely enjoying it. So I don't worry too much about being hyper optimal. Does people got temp suspended just for speedrunning Mop Remix dungeons on Twinks, and that was zero dodgy about it, just purely because of the time. It gets a flag. We were talking about this a little bit. I think it might have even been yesterday, but I think there's definitely a scenario where if your account is new and you do anything even remotely sus, you set off alarm bells. They clearly have much more stricter both rules and, they keep a stronger eye on brand new accounts. So this is where people who spin up brand new accounts to make 65 concentration characters and spend 12 hours a day leveling them out of nowhere, catch themselves temporary bans, whether they flipping out, that was the last boss dude and all, wasn't it? They catch themselves temporary bans just purely because they look sus. You're doing something very out of the ordinary for your average player all of a sudden, with no real rhyme or reason. So you look sus, and so it's safer to give you a temp ban or just get rid of you completely in case you are doing something sus. Just because we can't prove it, just because Blizzard can't prove it, the reality is they don't have to prove it because it's their intellectual property. If they think you're doing something sus, it's not on them to prove that you were doing it. It's more on you to prove you weren't doing it. And even then, they don't necessarily always want to listen. So maybe just don't be too sus. I mean, you could definitely extrapolate that theory to say that even what I'm doing now is a little bit outside the norm, but I'm not leveling these characters artificially fast relative to what I could be doing if I was just doing the exact same running of dungeons on each individual account. The fact that I'm doing it with 5 accounts simultaneously isn't really that sus, because their /played time is no different to anybody else really doing this. was about to say, especially after bans for the Scholomance in mop time walking. But it was kind of dodgy. You literally jumped and flew from the start to the last boss in seconds. Yeah, exactly. When you start hopping through walls to circumvent half the dungeon or half the raid, you're engaging in an activity that quite clearly wasn't meant to work that way. You know, if you find a gap in the wall that you can hop through that isn't a doorway, it's quite understandable if Blizzard are to say you shouldn't have been doing that, and it was quite clearly obvious you shouldn't have been doing that. So just because it was possible doesn't mean you should do it. And I'm in a similar position with most of the skips. I know I could be running these dungeons in 60 seconds flat and leveling all of these toons significantly faster, but it feels sus, so. And we're not playing Among Us, so I'm not looking to farm sus. True, fresh accounts have more eyes on them, yeah. At least 2 banned players I spoke to about it were doing the Demon Hunter skip. Yeah, you start completing dungeons in 30 seconds when even running at full speed from the start of the dungeon to the boss doesn't get you there that fast. It's quite clear and obvious you've been doing something that shouldn't. And like I said earlier, Blizzard tracks everything in this game. I mean, everything in this game. And if they know that running from the start of a dungeon, even if you are one-shotting everything, they know on average how long it takes that dungeon completion to happen. If all of a sudden you're completing that dungeon in a fraction of that time, off goes the red flag. You know, it's yeah, and when it's clear and obvious you're hopping through walls and over invisible barriers and all sorts of stuff, it's, you know, I'm just not going to do it. I'm sure as hell not going to broadcast myself doing it. Years ago, I had a Facebook account and it got banned for posting indecent content. I had never posted anything at all. Their word is final, so I guess no Facebook. Oh yeah, you missed nothing. You missed nothing with Facebook. I'm of the Facebook generation and you missed nothing. I have to focus a little bit when I'm in this room or stuff gets sticky. That sounds wrong. You know what I mean. And nothing getting sticky that shouldn't get sticky. There's a your mum joke in there somewhere, but we won't go there. Oh, like this. Zoom, Demon Hunter, zoom! Don't get stunned. Move, Demon Hunter, move. That'll do. Has everybody dead? Okay. Whew. I Call it the Book of Faces. Fortunately, I did have to make an account later for work networking, so people can send friend requests, but I do absolutely nothing on it. I find it funny when companies almost forcibly make their employees use social media. It's almost as if these companies haven't realized that there's an art to social media, and if you don't have it, you're better off not doing it. I guess it's the same sort of theory that people are. You see this a lot with like companies that they're like, oh well, we all have a Facebook page, and then every post on their Facebook page is just advertising the thing that they're selling on their Facebook page, and you're like, you have clearly missed the memo on how this works, but you try and tell them that. They think that, you know, they're a business, they need a Facebook business page. They haven't quite clocked as to why. It's probably not as bad as it used to be. A lot of companies are a little bit more creative with their social media these days, but there is still an awful lot of companies that do it so badly. When they make their employees like write blog posts on LinkedIn and stuff, you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Apparently, making memes for Facebook with the creator partner program is a side hustle people do. Oh, well, yeah, there's a reason why meme pages in general exist. Because they get enough traffic, they do actually make money. It's funny because they used to be incredibly difficult to monetize, but they're much easier these days. Even even clipping and shipping streamers and making those streamer clip channels is very good money. In the world of TikTok that we now live in, where content doesn't need to be any longer than 6 seconds, you can making a 6 second long video didn't take all that long. Especially the fact that AI practically automates the whole damn thing these days. It's absolute trash tier level content, but people seem to like it. You saying I should profit from your clips? I'm not a big enough content creator for anybody to have taken advantage of that, but you take a look at anybody that has a reasonable amount of subs or viewers on YouTube or Twitch, and you will find multiple like fan created pages that are just clipping and shipping all day, and they make bank. It's a bit of a touchy area in some regards, on the basis of the fact that arguably, you know, if like, we'll use Asmongold as an example here because he's big enough and nobody cares. But like, if you if you take a clip of an Asmongold stream and make 6 Instagram rolls and TikToks out of it and syndicate those across a few different clip channels, and they bang 100,000 views because it's Asmongold and he said something weird and wacky, there's a lot of money in that. Now, it's a little bit of a grey area in terms of the fact that technically that's Asmongold's likeness, and he could, well within his rights, turn around and ask you to not do that. But most content creators aren't going to do or say that because they kind of know that that's stupid. But it's definitely a thing. I mean, the same concept applies for like literally any streamer, to be honest. I use Asmongold as an example because he sits at the top of the tree, and also doesn't care less. Mr. K has been bombarding my feed with clips and shorts. Yeah, he's on a bit of a he's dipping his toes in the water with short form content at the moment, isn't he? I like to tend I'm quite interested in watching how this sort of stuff plays out from afar, because I've always had a weird obsession with how social media platforms work. Like, the logistics of how TikTok does what TikTok does is fascinating to me. And it's shorts are an interesting one, or short form content, should I say, is really interesting how it works. The fact that it's literally the biggest A/B testing experiment in history, and that's literally what the algorithm is. It's pitching your clips against somebody else's clips, and whichever one gets more watch time on it, whichever one gets more engagement, gets shown to more and more people. That's just how clips work. It's absolutely hardcore engagement farming, and that's what TikTok does all day, every day. This is predominantly why a brand new, fresh as a daisy TikTok account will often have its first or second video absolutely blow up. And people are like, whoa, I'm famous. But the reason that first clip blows up is because TikTok doesn't know anything about who you are or what your content is yet. And the way that it fixes that problem very, very quickly is it shows your first video to everybody, right? It will throw your video out there and do a massive, great big A/B test on your first video against a massive multitude of other videos. And then, once it's figured out whether your video is of any decent nature to anybody at all, it starts to trim your audience down. And it will start to figure out, well, okay, this person watched your TikTok. That person also watched a TikTok that watched this TikTok. And then it will play your two side by side and compare the two against each other. And whichever one comes out ahead wins. And then that one gets pushed more. But it does that initial A/B test. It literally will throw your early content out to a huge amount of people just to get data on if you're a creator that's going to be worth pushing with your next video. It's why TikTok accounts like live and breathe off like the success of their last clip determines how well their next clip is. Wild how it works. but I'm weirdly interested in it all. We all need to watch Bear's video so she can get monetized. Just saying. Ah, she'll have no problem getting monetized if she starts putting some videos out. 4,000 hours watch time on YouTube is an absolute cakewalk once you've got a couple of videos. I do 4,000 hours of watch time in months I don't post a video. Once you've got, she's already got significant enough of an audience on her Twitch and her Twitter that she could have a YouTube channel monetized in a day. I'd also point out there's absolutely no point in having a monetized YouTube channel if you don't put anything on it, but but it's, of course, it's one of those milestones that people aim for at the beginning. We need a weekly economy recap, which consists exclusively of clips of Manthi out of context. Manthi out of context. That's an interesting concept. You know I'll only play up for the camera if that starts happening. Start slipping innuendos in every sentence. Trying to install something so the stream is frozen, but let me know if he said more things so I can timestamp it and click it for the next generation. Eternalize it. It's all eternalized on YouTube anyway. Eternalized, is that a word? I think it is. I've made it up. Doing any Duos content today or back at it next week due to the time gating? Every time I go to the NPC to queue up, nobody's there. Oh yeah, I'm messing around with that Duos business. I got no interest in that. It would have been a novel idea and a bit of fun to play with for a couple of days if they'd given it to us. But it's the same old. It's the same story for me as Visions a little bit. I would have had far more interest in playing it if they hadn't artificially restricted my ability to play it. So the fact that I wasn't that fussed by it in the first place doesn't make it too hard of a decision to just not do it. I don't feel as if I'm missing anything particularly by not doing it. You know, if it was the most fun, most interesting piece of content ever that I was absolutely desperate to spend every minute of my day playing, if that was time gated, I might have a little bit more leniency to like let it slide because it's super duper compelling and I really want to do it. But it's not. It's all right. It's a good concept. It's a good idea. But my suggestion to Blizzard would be if you are going to test these new things and you're going to come up with new concepts and new ideas, don't fuck everybody off with them. Oh, these guys didn't hit. Oh, I thought these guys were going to hit 80 this one. All right, well, we're going to get 3 to 80 next one. Probably 2 more dungeons, I think. 2 more dungeons will do it, and then that's another team to 80. 30 time walk badges? Oh, yeah, because we killed 2 bosses. Thought I'd stumbled across a bug then. But the 50-ish achievements. Yeah. Oh, but really you want those 10 achievement points, don't you? Nah. It's interesting that there is very, very little in terms of rewards with duos. And this is something that I've said that Blizzard needs to do more of. That when they dangle a bunch of shiny carrots, people are going to do it just to get the shiny carrots against their best interests. Duos might end up being quite amusing as an example of that. If you don't dangle a bunch of carrots and it's mid-tier average content, guess how many people are going to do it? I can't imagine there's many people out there that will do more than 2 or 3 like of the dastardly duo things. Because once you've done it a couple of times, nothing changes. Like, you also suddenly realize when you start looking at the achievements and the quest line that it gives you, that you also then suddenly stumble across the fact that, well, hang on, half of it's not even unlocked yet. Oh, well, like, you know, there's no carrot, and I'm not hungry for it anyway. And it's average to mid-tier sort of, you know, time filler content. I've absolutely nothing against Blizzard trying these new sorts of bits and pieces. And in fact, I openly want them to try stuff. It's really kind of cool to see that we've had Plunderstorm, Remix, Deadly Duos, revisiting past modes such as Visions. It's really cool that they've thrown this stuff out there and they're proactively working on this sort of stuff. But they need to not be morons with it. Their bread and butter is, you know, their new seasons, their raids. They're clearly very good at dungeons and stuff these days. Where they've figured out the formula, they can do what they like with it. But if you're testing something new, let people play the damn thing. The no contact ones are the best. Oh god, I don't even want to know. Oh no. I don't think 2 are meant to be squeezed in there. Adresti's going to hate you because you're going to steal a clip lead off her. How did you dig that out the archives anyway? That was when we were playing Foundry. That was pre. What was that? That was pre the War Within launch, wasn't it? We played Foundry for a week, 10 days or something. It was my chill out, relax time before expansion went mental. It was a good game, Foundry. It's just been updated, actually, I think. I'll get mad, I'll get even. I don't know what's worse. Seem to remember Foundry had some interesting twists. One of it's just had a big like economy-based update. I was kind of real tempted to reinstall it the other day and have a look. Because part of Foundry was all about sending your crafted stuff up in a spaceship or with drones or something, sending it up and selling it on like a intergalactic market. But when I first played Foundry, none of that was implemented. I think that's what they've implemented now, and it's I'd be intrigued to see if it's just a gimmick thing or whether there's actually any depth to it. Building your factory to meet the ever-changing demands of like a universe-wide economy could be, even if it's completely falsified, could be an interesting twist. You need to start ramping up production of something over in this factory so that you can profit most on that. It could be fun, but I don't know if it's a gimmick or not. You have no time for Foundry. No, I don't. Right. You guys dinged 80. Good. You're hopefully only one dungeon behind. Are you good, dog? That was the most aggressive flop on the floor to scratch. Floor went thud. Have you considered talking about WoW in podcast format, or is it too much administration work, planning, editing, etc.? We briefly touched on this earlier, but I'm not like doing something like that solo. Is not that far different to what my YouTube content pretty much used to be. But instead of it being like a 40-minute podcast, it was just, you know, me talking for 10 minutes about something in the game. That fundamentally was the concept of my entire YouTube career. As little editing as possible, have something roughly pre-planned to talk about it for 10 minutes, and off we go. A true podcast format thing needs a second host to bounce off, really. And more so than that, it also needs one of the two to like take the lead in it for the most part. It basically means one person is the permanent host. The second party is the permanent guest that just happens to fill the void when there isn't another guest, if you know what I mean. I'll leave Jack and Zanziphorn to decide which one was which in that relationship. But I also know I am not the best host. I would probably quite comfortably be the full-time guest in podcast form, but why can't I join this party? Oh, because he's at what? Hello? Why doth my button not work? Hello? Let's just disband the group. The interview with Wu was great. I'd love to see you do more in that style. But maybe it's because at my age, I can't enjoy shorts as much as everybody else seems to. The little the chat with Wu was good. I agree. Enjoyed doing it. But it was one of those things that didn't. Wow. Okay, let me be careful here. On my part, it didn't require much planning or effort. Wu, on the other hand, put in a lot of time and effort for that. which was partly the reason why he was interested in like turning it into like a video sort of thing and making it more interview-esque. So it would be unfair for me to say there wasn't much effort put in, but for my side of things, there wasn't a huge amount of effort. I jumped on a Discord call and had a chat with him for an hour, you know. That was the concept there. Which is why I suit the permanent guest spot. One or more members are on random dungeon cooldown. What? What? That's not allowed. Oh, have I hit dungeon instance lockout cap or something? I didn't think there was one for queued content like this. Maybe we have spammed runs too hard? Oh, well, maybe this guy is destined never to get to 80 then. Alright then, fine. Well, maybe that's it then. Maybe that is job done for the day. See, obviously there's a target audience for this. Multiple people have asked you to do it now. We'll see. Maybe I'll fix something up with K-Chuck or something. I don't know. Right, well, I don't know which one is on cooldown, so I'm going to assume they just all are. These dudes are 80 anyway, so we basically won. Right, log you out, log you out, log you out, log you out, log you out. Right, he's annoyingly close to 80. I'll just quickly blast him in another team at some point. I'll switch him in at some point to get him to 80, or he'll just get to 80 killing some rares. It's only half a level. Boys and girls, though, I think I might leave it there for today. And in turn, due to it being Friday, the week. We will be back on Monday. I don't have a hugely busy schedule this week, but I had a ridiculously busy schedule last week. And so I'm actually more inclined to take a day of doing 0 tomorrow. Potentially even not even playing video games for a day. You know, potter around the house, do some nothingness for a little while. We'll be back on Monday. Thank you all for joining. Next week, any big interesting things happening next week? We're getting remarkably close to the Mists of Pandaria Classic launch. That's soon, isn't it? That could be something I might be tempted to take a little bit of a look at. I'm not entirely convinced, but good to take breaks so you don't get a burnout. Yeah, true. I'm not very good at stopping. Not very good at stopping at all. But anyway, yes, thank you all for joining. Have a wonderful weekend. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. We'll continue on Monday. I know we didn't really... the flipping stream title today was like something about Manthi Arbitrage is booming, and I didn't do anything Manthi Arbitrage. I didn't hunt for any deals. I didn't relist any auctions. I didn't do nothing. We just level dudes, had a good chat. Sometimes that's the way. But anyway, have a good one. I'll see you all next week. Peace. For those who are still lurking, do you want to go to Goldson or do you want to go to Elon? Goldson or Elon? We'll do a cheeky little raid at the end. Share some of the love. Goldson or Elon? Where's me buttons? Where's me buttons? We'll send you over to Elon. We'll send you over to Elon because he's He is actually doing some cross-realmy sort of stuff, so it might be slightly more in tune with what I planned to do and totally didn't do any of. Anyway, have yourselves a wonderful weekend, boys and girls. In a bit. Peace.